All right, the meeting is going to be live in 3, 2, 1. There we go.
Can we be seen right now?
Hi, Vice Mayor.
Hi.
For those of you who are currently watching YouTube Live, we will be starting the meeting momentarily. We apologize for the delay. It is now 6:31.
And for the benefit of the council members that just joined us, we are currently broadcasting live just so that people that may be watching on YouTube know that we're getting ready to get started in a few minutes. So we will start shortly. Vice Mayor, if you'd like, we do have a quorum, so we could get the meeting started if you would like. I believe the mayor will be calling in very shortly.
Okay.
No, go on.
Where's the script? Okay. All right. I'd like to call the City Council and Successor Agency meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Yes, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Gonzalez, I'm sorry, Councilmember Celeste Rodriguez. She's absent. Councilmember Hector A. Pacheco.
Present.
Thank you. Councilmember Cindy Montanez.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mary Mendoza.
Present.
And Mayor Sylvia Balin. She's currently absent, but should be joining shortly. Thank you.
City Clerk, will you lead us in Pledge of Allegiance?
Vice Mayor, would you like me to lead the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, please lead the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, if everyone will please rise, stand. Place your right hand over your heart and begin after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have a motion? Okay. Let me see. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
I'll second that motion. And if I could just add, I'd like to just remember former council member Jesse Margarito and dedicate this this council meeting in his honor. And I think in my closing comments, I could, say more about him, but as we all know, Jess, longtime community activist and champion, and the first Latino ever elected to the San Fernando City Council.
We'll do that at the end of the meeting. Thank you, Councilmember Montanez.
I second the motion to approve the agenda.
So there's a motion and a second. Any opposed to approval of the agenda? Hearing none, the motion is passed.
City Clerk, do we you have the presentations?
Yes, we do have presentations this evening. And the first presentation we have is a presentation of a certificate of recognition. Actually, before I do this, give me just a moment to let the individuals in for the presentation. Oh. And okay, I don't have some. Okay, let's move on. Okay, the first presentation that I have this evening is a presentation of a certificate of recognition to Miss Violet Vicuña, celebrating her centennial 100th year birthday. And Vice Mayor Mary Mendoza, would you like to make this presentation?
I didn't get the would you like to read the certificate, Ms. Fritz? Ms. Fritz? Oh.
My apologies, we're having technical difficulties in the background.
Can you read the presentation?
Okay, I will be reading the
Have we
the
started?
certificate.
Pardon me?
Okay,
Let me see here. Can I just,
I'm here now.
Okay.
okay,
Mayor.
just one
Thank you for
moment,
letting me
please.
in.
Mayor Bell.
Are all the participants in for Miss Violet? Okay, a little bit of difficulties here.
Mayor Ballin, we're in the presentation portion of the meeting.
Okay.
And Ms. Fritz will read the.
Can I just pause for one moment, Vice Mayor? I will be.
So Vice Mayor, I believe a bio was sent over earlier today. So that's what we was emailed.
I don't have it.
Receive it? Okay, I can read the bio.
If you could, please
Yeah.
do.
Let me
So sorry.
find the bio. I'm sorry for the, we thought it was sent over, but it doesn't look like it was. So let me read this real quick. Okay. So mayor and council members, as the clerk mentioned earlier, we're very happy to have a very special resident with us tonight, celebrating very shortly, in a few days, celebrating what I would consider definitely a milestone birthday. Miss Violet Vicuña. She was born on January 29th, 1921. She had one brother and one sister. And
oh, it's starting.
It's starting.
I'll have her call you back, okay?
three nephews and one niece. She also has one great nephew and 8 great nieces. She has 6 great nephews and 3 great nieces, who all love and adore her. Violet started working as a hairdresser at the age of 19, and she opened up her very own beauty salon 2 years later in 1942 in the San Fernando Mall, leading the way for female entrepreneurs in the city. She was driven by her business sense in the beauty industry and in real estate. Her passion is within her garden, specifically her precious roses. She's a beloved member of St. Ferdinand Catholic Church, and she is the heartbeat of her family and a pillar of the community. So we are all very impressed and that she is 100 years old and are honored to celebrate this milestone birthday with her. So Vice Mayor, if you had anything additional, otherwise we have a number of family members that are with us tonight on the Zoom. And I believe that's Violet, that's under the Emily Orozco heading there. So we're excited to celebrate. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Emily, for bringing this to our attention and wanting us to recognize your aunt, right? Emily, Miss Vicuña, right? Hi, Emily, how are you? So anyway, thank you for sharing this special day with us and the entire community. And I wish you a very happy birthday and many more. And I'll leave it for the mayor to continue.
Thank you.
And just so you know, we do plan on, we will be presenting a certificate of appreciation for Violet. She'll be having a drive-by birthday parade in a week or so. So we're going to be presenting that, a plaque with a certificate of appreciation in it at that drive-by. And we'd love to, if you have anything, we'd love to hear the Centurion of Honor. Let us know what the secret is.
They want to know the secret to your age, man. Oh, well,
I just worked hard when I was young.
Drink the margarita.
I look forward to meeting you on your birthday parade on the day of your event. So I plan to be there. I don't know if we'll see if the other council members are available, but
Felicidades.
yeah.
I can hear.
Oh, they're gonna come on Saturday to say hi, to give you your award.
Oh,
Say thank you.
January 30th, right? At,
Yes,
What?
yes, the 30th.
we'll be there. I hope that
between-
the others can make it too.
Yes, thank you.
Great.
So Violet, where were you born?
I was born in Fresno, close to Fresno,
Mm.
in Craig. The name was a small town, Craig, near
Wow.
Fresno.
And what year did you get to San Fernando?
I was about 10 years old.
Wow.
I've lived there about, 90 years. in San Fernando.
1930.
We would love to go see
Yeah,
your roses too.
You are absolutely beautiful, Violet.
Oh,
I mean,
thank
I
you.
cannot believe you're 100 years old. I think you are the definition of beauty. It makes sense that you did your hair salon in San Fernando.
Yeah.
I mean, you are just beautiful. I could feel your energy. You have the energy definitely of someone significantly younger than you. And I love seeing all your family, lots of women. I'm sure your daughters and your granddaughters, your sisters maybe. You look like it looks like they're all your sisters because you look so young. So congratulations. May God bless you with many, many more years. Seriously. And we would love to sit with you and have your daughters, granddaughters, sisters help record your oral history. So you could tell us what San Fernando went through these last 90 years. So congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. She actually did one for Alamany High School for my daughter. So we do have a video of the questions that my daughter asked her for Alamany, and the teachers at Alamany share it with all their students because she has a lot to say about San Fernando and how it was back in the day.
Beautiful. Well, congratulations and happy birthday.
Thank you.
Please get your vaccination
Share it
soon.
with us, Emily.
Thank you.
Mayor?
I'm not sure.
Yes, I'd like to,
Okay.
yeah, I'm really sorry that I keep getting kicked off on the phone and I can't get on Zoom, but I did have a chance to see that beautiful young lady and
She's losing connection.
Yeah, sorry, the windstorm is messing with the mayor's audio for tonight. I'm gonna work with her to get better connected. But maybe Vice Mayor, if there are any of the family members that are interested in saying something too, that might be.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Oh yes, just happy birthday. It's so lovely to have you with us. And kind of what Nick said, I would love to hear from the family that's been able to join us this evening.
Thank you. Is the mayor? Okay, so yes, Mayor, we can hear you.
okay. And I'm sorry with the winds, I keep getting kicked off. But it's just a real pleasure to honor you today. And I'm looking forward to participating in your drive-by parade. You'll have the opportunity to present you with a certificate.
They're saying they're looking forward to seeing you on the Saturday after your birthday to give you the certificate.
Oh, okay.
You're looking forward to it too?
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much. Say bye now.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank
Happy
you.
birthday.
Thank you. Nice talking to you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you guys. We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey, enjoy your birthday, eat lots of cake and dance.
Thank you, buddy.
She said, eat lots of cake and dance.
Oh, I'll eat the cake, but I don't know about the
All right, now, say goodnight. Good
Good
night,
night.
guys. Thank
Good
you
night.
so much. Stay
Good
safe
night.
out there, guys.
Mayor, can you hear us?
Yes, our next presentation is going to be provided to us by the Education Commission Vice Chair, David Gobea. And in honor of student recognition of Student of the Month, Lorena Marcellus.
Great. Hi, everyone. I'm so sorry. My internet's having issues. My internet's down. So I'm calling from my phone, but it seems like that's having problems as well. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I would suggest turning off your video, and then your voice should come through a little clearer.
Okay.
Better.
That's better, David. Go ahead. Go ahead. Proceed.
Okay. All right. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to briefly introduce our winner for January San Fernando Student of the Month. Her name is Lorena Marcelino. And to introduce her, we have one of her teachers, Paula Hayden. So Paula, are you currently here?
Yes, I am.
Great. So feel free to introduce Lorena.
Perfect. So thank you for having us, and thank you for continuing to recognize the excellence of our students in our community. And just now more than ever, it's so important to highlight the achievements of our students who have overcome these obstacles and who continue to thrive. And that's why I nominated Lorena for Student of the Month. She's demonstrated tremendous growth over the 4 years I have known her at our school, the Academy of Scientific Exploration. And this year I have seen her take such a more prominent role in her learning and her leadership, which is especially noteworthy given our current virtual learning situation. She has always had a very helpful spirit, and I also wanted to acknowledge her for navigating the college application process, since she is a first-generation college applicant and applied to schools in the Cal State, University of California, and private school systems. So we recognize her as a current and a future world changer, and we're super excited to celebrate her future successes as well. So thank you for partnering with us to recognize Lorena.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And I want to thank Council for the continual opportunity to honor these wonderful students. And we're excited to see you guys next month.
Hold on. David, Mayor, can you hear
Are we
us?
going to get to see Lorena or hear from her?
She's here. Someone turned her video off, but she's here on the call.
Oh, okay. Well, let's hear from her. Oh, there you are. Is that you, Lorena?
Well, let's see if we can turn
I'm
the
over
video
here.
back on.
On silent.
I see someone.
Well, while she's figuring that out, I'm Angie Jensen Cachone, the principal of ACE. And I just always like to show up to support my students and my teachers, and it's like so much fun, and I love coming to these things. So thanks for having us. And there's Lorena. She's up now. Go ahead, kiddo.
Hello, my name is Lorena. I want to thank well, Ms. Jennings and Ms. Jensen for, like, I don't know, I'm nervous. I don't know what to say. But yeah, I guess overall, just thank you, like, for the, I don't know, is it like recognition or like, I don't know. But yeah, thank you.
I'm not sure if you
Well,
can.
Lorena, I'm very, very proud of you. And I want you to know that we have the same circumstance. I came from a very low income family and I was the first generation college student. I did graduate with a bachelor's. So, and I have a very nice retirement. So, young lady, you have a bright future ahead of you and I'm just very, very proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess I'll go ahead and say, or does,
No, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
okay, all right. Well, congratulations, Lorena. Such a pleasure to have you here with us and for us to have the opportunity to acknowledge you. Your teachers see that leadership and your striving to towards your educational goals. And it's great to hear that you've applied to several colleges and private schools. It's quite a task, and it's not an easy task to take on, filling out applications, your biography, and your bio, and I just really glad to have the opportunity to have met you, and I really wish you the best of luck in all your endeavors, and pursue those leadership skills, because we need leaders. That's what that's what we need right now. We need a lot of good leaders that care and have the best interest of humanity. So there you go. We're proud of you. Great to have you in our community.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, I keep going in and out, so I don't know how long I'm going to be able to hang in with this meeting. But before we move forward with the
Council
Can you
member
hear
Montañez would like to say something.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
just really quick, Lorena, congratulations, very proud of you. Keep it up. There aren't enough women, especially not enough Latinas that are going to college. So you've got a big responsibility, but it's going to be fun. You're gonna love it. Best years of your life are the college years. So you've got support clearly from your principal, your teacher, and a lot of us in the community. So I wish you the best, and anything we can do for you, we're here for you to see you continue to be successful.
Yes.
Councilmember
Rodriguez.
I echo Councilmember Montañez. It's really just exciting. Thank you to Paula and Angie for taking the time to recognize your students and investing and empowering them, providing Lorena this opportunity to be recognized, but also to come to council to receive this recognition is excellent. Lorena, I know you're on the spot right now and you weren't sure what to say, but just know that you have a lot of people behind you rooting for you. And just
Okay.
Okay. And how about Councilmember Pacheco?
Yes, congratulations. Very big achievement. We try to identify the best and brightest, and going forward, I will just encourage you to find ways to give back, to the community and find ways to reach down the ladder and help others up. We're very proud of you, and good luck on all your future endeavors.
Thank you so much. And David, thank you. The principal, thank you. And it's the teacher, thank you so much. Our students are successful because of each of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Before we move on, and I hope I don't get kicked off again, to the approval of the agenda. Shoot, I think I'm getting kicked off again. So before we move on to the approval of the agenda, I was hoping I would be on for the Pledge of Allegiance. I have a little something that I would like to read, and I think it is important. So I'd like to say, I think it is important today as we pledge our allegiance that we acknowledge the challenges we are facing in our country. We have all watched with shock and sadness the images coming from our nation's capital. Many fear that the strength and resolve of our republic may be tested in the days to come. As we pledge today, let us all reflect on the simple commitment of the 31 words of the Pledge of Allegiance. I just felt it was very important for me to give us that message. And the other is I like to quote Martin Luther King. He said, "We have also come to this hallowed spot to remind America of the fierce urgency of now. This is no time to engage in the luxury of cooling off or to take the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. Now is the time to make real priorities, real promises of democracy." And my God, his words absolutely hit home. So with that, I just want us to keep in mind the 31 words and the importance of the Pledge of Allegiance and honoring Dr. Martin Luther King. I thought it was important that I quote him today. By the way, I keep getting kicked off, so I don't know if I'm going to stay on the entire meeting. It's been a real challenge today with the wind. So at this point, is there a motion to approve the agenda? No, we did that. So now we're going to
Mayor, I
do
believe we
decorum
already
and
moved
order.
to approve the agenda, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, decorum and order.
Or actually, to clarify, Madam City Clerk, did they approve the successor agency agenda / city council agenda, or was it just the successor agency agenda?
The entire agenda was approved. There was not a distinction.
Okay, good. The agenda was approved, and
Okay. And so we're at decorum and order. Would you like to read that, Mr. Padilla?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the decorum and order admonition that appears in the City Council agenda. The City Council, elected by the public, must be free to discuss issues confronting the city in an orderly environment. Public members attending the City Council meetings shall observe the same rules of order and decorum applicable to the City Council in the City Council adopted procedural manual. Any person making impertinent, derogatory, or slanderous remarks who becomes boisterous while addressing the council or while attending the City Council meeting may be removed from the room if the presiding officer so directs the Sergeant of Arms, and such person may be barred from further attendance before the City Council. That concludes the admonition, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you. Do we have any statement?
Do we, is this the Spanish part of the decorum and order?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you would like to translate it in Spanish, Madam Mayor, I'll defer to you.
Sí, el ayuntamiento de la ciudad electo por el público tiene que ser un lugar libre para discutir temas que confrontan a la ciudad de una manera.
Excuse me. Would you make sure that, and Richard, would you let her know to just say a couple of sentences and then you could repeat what she said, but rather than her give her total public comment, that way we could capture what she is saying.
So Madam Mayor, actually, I'll make the announcement just because we didn't have this last year. So Miss Carol Weeder is doing our, she's our court translator. So she's reading the decorum and order in Spanish. So if we do have any Spanish speakers that are making public comments tonight, she will interpret for them. So she was just going through the decorum and order in Spanish.
She's translating what I just said, what I just read.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. So, el decoro y orden. El ayuntamiento de la ciudad electo por el público debe ser un lugar libre para discutir temas que confrontan la ciudad de una manera ordenada. Los miembros que asisten al Consejo de la Ciudad tienen que observar las mismas reglas de orden y decoro aplicables al Consejo mismo. Cualquier persona haciendo comentarios que puedan ser derogatorios o de mal gusto o que se pone ruidoso mientras que se está dirigiendo al Consejo de la Ciudad o durante la reunión del Consejo de la Ciudad, se le puede sacar del cuarto o en este caso del encuentro virtual porque esa persona, y se le puede prohibir la entrada en cualquier audiencia futura del ayuntamiento. That's it. Es todo.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. We can move to public comments now.
Okay, let's do that.
All right,
Julia?
public comments. I have a statement to read under public comments, and it is members of the public may submit comments by email to cityclerk@sfcity.org no later than 5 p.m. the day of the meeting to ensure distribution to the City Council prior to consideration of the agenda. Those comments will be distributed to the City Council and will be limited to 3 minutes and made part of the official record of the meeting. Callers interested in providing a live public comment may call telephone number 669-900-6833, meeting ID 833-6022-0211, and passcode 92496. Between, it says 6 and 6:15, but since we started late, people can call in as of now if they wish, until the close of public statements. They will be called in the order received, and the mayor may extend the call-in period, as we just did, if necessary. I do have a caller on the line right now. I will put her on speaker. Victoria?
Yes.
Council, can you hear? Council, can you hear? Victoria?
Yes, I'm on the phone.
Okay, you may begin.
Okay, thank you. My name is Victoria Garcia, and I have a comment in response to the Tesla project. But I really felt the need to first address what I witnessed at the last City Council meeting. Last meeting, I was really disappointed in the way a newly sworn-in City Council member treated a city staff member. I felt that Councilmember Montañez acted like a bully. I felt that she was berating the staff member. I felt that she was badgering him, and I felt that she was trying to publicly humiliate him. The worst part was she already had the information she was requesting him to provide in a moment's notice. So it seems to have only been for theatrics. I want to thank Mayor Bowlen, who I have never met and I have never spoken to, for standing up to that inappropriate behavior. It was really disturbing to watch a council member treat a subordinate staff member in that manner in public, and I'm grateful that Mayor Bowlen had the courage and strength to stand up to it. And now in regards to the actual Tesla project, I saw the online petition and initially I signed it. Then I learned some background information and I unsigned it. I learned that the whole premise behind the project, behind the petition, may be wrong. Last meeting, we learned that a lawsuit was filed against the city because of the project. We learned that the lawsuit was signed by a developer named Seb Ashkenazi. We also saw that developer standing outside Magali Tamales on Christmas Eve trying to collect signatures for the petition. And we heard his close friend and an employee submit comments last week against the project. I'm just really concerned about undue influence of special interest groups on our city council. The city council has to have its best interest. If I understand the project correctly, it's a parking lot. It's always been a parking lot and it will continue to be a parking lot, but now it will have charging stations for Tesla. There are no other plans for development of the parking lot. And other developers are not precluded from submitting plans. They can do so, and if they don't like the charging station, they can eat the cost.
You have 30 seconds to go. Please wrap it up.
Okay,
Thank
or
you.
they can benefit from having Tesla charging station. We have so many issues with COVID, with people losing their livelihoods, and with just a general need for more kindness in our community that I don't understand the inordinate amount of time and resources we were going to spend on this issue, and that now we have to spend on a lawsuit when our people are hurting. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Are there any written public comments?
Yes, there are written public comments, and I actually have a Spanish version of a comment from a Teresa Mendez. And Carol, do you have the translated version?
Yes.
Okay.
You want You want the English version, correct, or the Spanish?
I think in this case, both would be, and you would give 3 minutes to each one, however long it takes. So.
Okay, in English, I'll start with English. I'm very concerned. I want you to continue with the food program. It is very helpful. The situation is very difficult, and that food is very helpful to me and my family to bring the sacred foods to the table. I beg you to continue with these funds adequately. And in Spanish, estoy muy preocupada. Quiero que sigan con el programa de comida. Es de mucha ayuda. La situación está muy difícil y la comida nos sirve de mucha ayuda. A mí y a mi familia a llevar a la mesa los sagrados alimentos. Ruego mucho que sigan con los fondos.
Thank you. The next public statement received is from Angel Zobel Rodriguez. She's on the education board. She is the chair and mom of 2 STEM majors. Good evening, Mayor Ballin, council members, and staff. Last week, Tesla reached out to the deputy city manager and shared an exciting opportunity for our middle school girls for an Introduce Girls to Engineering Day. While this program is normally held in the Bay Area for local students, during pandemic times, the event has moved to a virtual format, and this presented the opportunity for girls from San Fernando to attend the event remotely. The event will be held in late February, but registration will close on January 20th. The Education Commission reached out to all San Fernando schools with grades 6 to 8 via email and followed up with phone calls. We hope that San Fernando students will be able to take advantage of the program. From their email, the last 2 years, we have hosted girls on site at our Fremont factory to see the behind the scenes work at Tesla and hear from some of our women engineers. Each student will receive a kit complete with a simple motor activity, t-shirt, stickers, snack bar, and info sheet. These will be mailed to the school. The 3.5-hour virtual event will showcase the variety of engineering careers and inspiring female faces. Virtual tours and engaging videos from Tesla will give students an exclusive look inside our innovative workplace. It wouldn't be an engineering event without a hands-on activity, highlighting the basics of the electric motor and the essential engineering design process. A pre and post digital survey will be collected on the knowledge and interest in engineering careers by these young females. Respectfully, Ms. Zobel Rodriguez. The next comment I have is from Dave Bernal. My comments are pertaining to agenda item number 8. I'm not sure that developing a parking plan during a pandemic is the best time to do that. With retail stores at 20% and many others shuttered, you're not going to get an accurate assessment of the parking utilization in San Fernando. I also think that we should wait until after the Tesla charging stations are done and running for some time to see if they have any effect on parking in the downtown. We may find that we need more of them, maybe less of them, or maybe none of them. Thank you. The next one is from Patty Lopez, former Assemblywoman, 39th District. We continue forward in 2021 with the full knowledge that our communities and families are still extremely vulnerable at this time, and we should prioritize helping them. In 2020, we hosted several events. Approximately 3,500 families were provided with essential goods with the help of charitable organizations, city members, and the city manager. There are countless families who have reached out and have asked me of future events. The amount of help these events provides families should not go unnoticed, and those asking for help should not be either. I look at our new members of our city to listen to our community and respond. Their actions hold so much weight on this issue we face in the city. And there is one more comment, written comment from Sunny Haro. My name is Yolanda Haro, resident of San Fernando. I am concerned with how the Tesla project was approved without public input. I understand it was a 5-0 vote. However, no one asked for public opinion. When the marijuana issue was on the table, You better believe I got phone calls from Mayor Joe Fajardo. I got texts. There was a public forum. There were mailers, and now it comes to public property that we paid taxes for. Nothing was distributed. I find that concerning. Also, why isn't Tesla paying to have this in our city? How many Tesla owners live in the city? How does this benefit our city? I have asked people who live in Santa Clarita and Burbank if they would be using this if it was there. I tell them how far off the freeway it would be. They said no, they probably wouldn't feel safe coming into the city and leaving their cars there for a long period of time. Of course, I had to tell them we are a safe city. We have a remarkable PD, etc. But they still didn't feel like they would use the stations. So I ask you, why can't it be revised? And for the record, I have zero relationship with said developer. So there is no personal interest here. I, along with many of my relatives in San Fernando, signed that petition. So for Councilperson Mendoza to say that residents didn't sign it, yes, we did. And we demand to be heard. You have been anti-developer since you started Residents for a Better San Fernando, and it needs to stop. You need to represent the betterment of San Fernando. Enough. Thank you. I do have a couple of phone numbers that called in, and I am going to admit for public statement.
Thank you.
One moment, please.
Ms. Fritz, I believe the 909 number is actually Michael Neal from the CDD.
Okay.
Is that
All
correct?
right.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you, Michael.
You're welcome.
Okay, I have one that is a call-in user 1, so I shall admit that person. The 909 number is actually yes, call-in user 1.
Live.
Call-in user 1, are you there?
Hello. Yeah, Michael is here.
Please
yes.
proceed, sir.
Are you?
That's staff member. That's staff member Michael Okafor.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I had power outage in my house, so I had to call in.
All right.
Is there a remaining non-city person, city consultant?
Okay, I'm going to announce a username calling in by the name of Pixel2XLI. Is that a consultant? Okay, I will admit this person for public comment.
Sir or madam, are you there for public comment? Is there a person on the line wishing to speak before the city council?
They're still connecting to audio, Rich. So Julia, if you want to take the lead on just making sure that see if they're taking.
Yes, they are connected.
And apologize. We're trying a new thing, where we can have more live call-ins. So obviously, that comes with some of its own issues. So we're working on some of the kinks here to try and increase public participation.
And the winds do not have.
I'm sorry. It appears that the person has hung up. So
is there a way to
at this time
back?
They are no longer online and not trying to call in either. So at this moment, it's a 7:20 and I'm closing public statements.
Okay, thank you very much. So now we are at consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar? Would someone like to pull an item?
I want to pull the community preservation officer.
Okay, anyone else would like, any other council member, would you like to pull an item? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar except for item number 5?
In motion.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Council Member Rodriguez and a second by Pacheco. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Councilmember Pacheco,
Yes.
Councilmember Montanez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mendoza,
Yes.
and Mayor Balance.
Yes. So at this time, Councilmember Montanez?
Okay, so just a couple of questions just to understand the community preservation officer item. Okay, so if I'm understanding it correct, we had one individual retire with early retirement in that community preservation officer role, or was it the building and safety supervisor? Building and safety supervisor retired. So now we're looking to fill those or allocate those roles over to the community preservation officer, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Okafor. So what is, so the initial salary saving was 141,182. So I understood that. And then we currently have contracted building inspection services for 120,000. And then we're hiring one full-time community preservation officer. What's the salary for that community preservation officer?
Okay, Councilmember, I have to apologize. I don't have it in front of me. I just lost. We had power outage in my house. Actually, I was on the line earlier, and we just lost power, so I don't have access to my files. I have to apologize.
So I'll jump in real quick, Councilmember. I think I get what you're going. You're looking at where the the savings are. So
Well, the ultimate question is, does it make sense to hire two community preservation officers as opposed to the contracted out service for 70,000?
yeah.
So I just want to see what the full cost, right? Salaries
Sure.
and benefits for the community preservation officer. That wasn't clear to me in the report.
Yeah.
And
So
sorry, I couldn't answer the question earlier. Didn't get a
Sure.
chance.
Yeah. So I'll just give you a quick the plan with that particular position. So there's actually two full-time code and community preservation officer positions currently budgeted. We have one that's vacant because that person also just retired, although not part of the retirement incentive program. So we'll be filling one, but both positions would be eligible if they do get the proper inspection services to also do building inspections. So actually we have two full-time and two part-time. So we have code enforcement. So we have 4 persons in those positions. This would be eligible. All of those people would be eligible for this to the extent that they got the proper licenses. Then we would be able to back off even more that the contract services. So to the extent that more, that 2 or even all 2 full-time and 2 part-time, we could probably completely eliminate those that contract services. So that's the idea. The more employees that can do it that can provide that in-house, we would actually reduce the cost that we would have for a consultant.
Okay. And then do you happen to know the salary for those code enforcement positions? If Michael, he could get it to me tomorrow.
No problem.
So what this does, it adds in the 10% special pay for getting these additional certificates to do some of the building and safety roles, correct?
Yes, building inspection, yes.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, so then that makes sense. So so then what we're moving towards is to, as Nick, as you just said, is we're moving towards hiring these positions in-house to the city and moving away from the contracted role. Okay, those are just clarifying questions. So thank you for that. So with that, I'll just make the motion to approve that item if there aren't any other questions.
May I ask a question?
Actually, I think other members need
Yes.
to be able to ask questions as well.
Yes, I will recognize Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, are we paying for the certification?
Yes, it's a city. Actually, it's an incentive, for employees to get additional training to be certified. Yes, we will be paying for it.
Okay, so all 4 employees have the equal opportunity to get the certification because it will be paid
That's
for by
correct.
the city. Okay,
That's
thank you.
correct.
That's great to hear. I have no
Councilmember,
further questions.
Councilmember Pacheco.
I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Okafor and Mr. Kimball, for elucidating. Thank you.
You're welcome.
For myself, I think it's great that the city has that opportunity for employees to further their education in their profession or attending college or whatever educational needs they might need in order to further their careers within the city. So I'm good with that. Thank you. Mayor, can you hear us?
Yes, yes, I'm back. I keep getting kicked off. I absolutely support this, and with that, I believe Councilmember Montanez made the motion. And is there a second?
A second.
Move the item. Okay, Councilmember Rodriguez seconds. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Celeste Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Hector Pacheco,
Yes.
Councilmember Cindy Montanez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mary Mendoza,
Yes.
and Mayor Ballin.
Yes, motion passes. We are now at administrative reports, and we have a presentation and update regarding COVID-19 response efforts. And just in case I get kicked off, I would like to start with Councilmember Pacheco. So continue, Nick.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Deputy City Manager Tim Howe will give the presentation and update on our COVID-19 response efforts.
Honorable Mayor and Council members, let's see, I am attempting to share my screen. Screen sharing is paused.
We can see the presentation.
All right, can you see it in presentation view now?
Yes.
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 Great, thank you. All right, I've got some good news, some bad news. So I'll give it all to you at the same time. So this is an update to the information that we typically provide. Here are the latest statistics. So this is the roll-up. LA County, over 1 million cases. As of this weekend, 13,700 deaths. Within the city of San Fernando, we've had 4,310 cases, 38 deaths. And as a case rate, you have those smaller numbers there in gray. Those are now available on our city's website as well. 17,512 is the case rate, which is the number of cases per 100,000 residents. And 154 is the death rate, which is the number of deaths per 100,000 residents. The California Blueprint for a Safer Economy, this was issued by the state of California a number of months ago to separate out risk levels by county based on a color-coded system, county by county, utilizing two main data points, one adjusted case rate and the second one being positivity rate. That was quickly superseded by the regional order. And just as a refresher of a different time, when we go back to November 2nd, this is how the blueprint looked for the state. And you see a variety of colors, purple being the most restrictive and the lighter colors being tiers with less restrictions. So this was as of just a little over 2 months ago. And in LA County, we were optimistic that we would move out of tier 1 into tier 2, advance to current day. And this is how the state looks on a county by county level. Statewide, 105 COVID cases per day per 100,000, 15% positivity rate as a 7-day average, and an aggregate of 0% ICU availability. Within LA County, we obviously remain at the most restrictive level. The stay-at-home order for the state of California, the limited stay-at-home order went into effect on November 21st. That was the order that essentially placed a curfew with non-essential activities being barred between 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. On December 3rd, the regional stay-at-home order was issued by the state, and that prohibited private gatherings of any size, closed most economic sectors, and required masking and physical distancing in all sectors as well, with those orders to remain in effect for at least 3 weeks and reassessed weekly thereafter. The LA County Safer at Home order was extended on December 27th to remain in effect in tandem with the regional state order, and it was last revised on December 30th to institute a travel 10-day self-quarantine for people that arrive into LA County on non-essential travel. Noted this previously, I'll note it again, due to a number of court decisions at the state and at the federal level, places of worship continue to be encouraged to engage in outdoor or remote faith-based services only. They are not barred legally to engage in indoor activities, provided that physical distancing protocols remain followed. So with the regional stay-at-home order, this is how the state currently looks. This is rolls up the ICU bed availability. Like I mentioned, is 15% positivity rate across the state. Of the 5 state regions, 2 of them are now out of the regional stay-home order and are now abiding by the blueprint, the county-by-county blueprint. The most recent region that has come out of these restrictions is the Greater Sacramento region, which came out just this week. However, Bay Area, San Joaquin Valley, and of course, where we are, Southern California region, we remain in the most restrictive orders. And currently, Southern California is at 0% ICU availability. City Hall and city facilities. City Hall was open it seems like 100 years ago. It was open for portions of the summer and as recently as November 30th. Over the summer, Las Palmas Park was available to the public as a cooling center during high heat events. City Hall is currently closed to the public again, except by special appointment. Noteworthy swap meet permit renewals, which would be in high gear right now in any normal year, have been placed on hold. Importantly, vendors will be allowed until February 28th. So the deadline was extended an additional month at least for vendors to be able to renew. That'll be revisited as we get closer to see if we'll be able to start processing again the permit renewal. COVID-19 testing, the walk-up testing site at Recreation Park opened on November 24th. Over the summer, moving into the fall, we had a street closure for San Fernando Road to allow mall businesses to provide outdoor services. That was suspended on November 25th due to the state and county regulation. The city parks open space service area regulations, which allowed San Fernando businesses to use park space to provide outdoor services. That program, as well as the outdoor service permit and temporary banner permit, have been extended until June 30th this year. The San Fernando Residential Food Distribution Program, we've conducted 3 rounds of distribution, and there's an example of the basket of goods. The Personal Protective Equipment for Businesses Program, another distribution funded by CDBG CARES Act funds. Round was distributed on December 14th, and although those look like banana boxes, those are actually the business PPE items that were distributed on December 14th. And just as a refresher on tenant protections and eviction protections, we have a number of actions that occurred over the last several months. AB 3088, which is the Tenant Relief Act, which enacted statewide protections for residential tenants as a result of any failure to pay rent due to hardship brought on by COVID. There was a state executive order which allowed local health departments to extend commercial eviction protections through March 31 of this year. And the LA County eviction moratorium, which the city of San Fernando falls within, residential and commercial tenants may not be evicted for COVID-19 related hardships or any other no-fault reason through February 28th, 2021. That's important to note because those protections were scheduled to sunset on January 31st and thus have been extended an additional month at least at this time. All right, so here's the good news. Vaccines. So the first emergency use authorizations for both the Pfizer and the Moderna vaccines occurred last month. California is currently in phase 1A of distribution to healthcare and nursing home workers. Phase 1B, tier 1 distribution starts January 20th. Today is January 19th. That means tomorrow in LA County, tier 1 distribution to persons aged 65 and older will begin. Coming later, the latter tier of phase 1B will be for essential frontline workers. So that will come next, but not yet. And that's for firefighters, police officers, food workers, post office workers, manufacturing sector, grocery store workers, transit workers, childcare workers, and education. For the vaccine, a couple items to note. So LA County residents who are 65 and older can now register for free. So right now you can go to the vaccinatelacounty.com website. So that's vaccinatelacounty.com. Or if you don't have access to the internet, you can also call this number provided, 833-540-0473, to schedule an appointment. The COVID-19 vaccine is free, and it is a two-step vaccine. So you will have an appointment for dose 1, and you will have a follow-up appointment approximately 4 weeks later for dose 2. In order to schedule your vaccine and to receive it, you will need to show 2 items. One is proof that you are an LA County resident, and then 2, proof of age, because at this time it is for residents who are 65 and older. Points of dispensing sites, so these, we call them pods. So a couple different forms. One is public health pods and megapods. So there are a number of them throughout the county. The main ones I'll mention here, within proximity, Cal State University Northridge is one. Six Flags Magic Mountain out in Valencia is another one. And another relatively local one would be Dodger Stadium. So when you go on the vaccinatelacounty.com website, you'll have the option to pick a point of dispensing site. You can either pick one of those, or you can also pick one of the Los Angeles City Fire Department points of dispensing sites. That includes the San Fernando Recreation Park site. So that is here within the city, and it's labeled as San Fernando Clinic, 208 Park Avenue. I will note, however, that the appointments are subject to availability and they are limited. So if you don't have, or if you have an appointment time that's too far out, for your most geographically close point of dispensing site, you may have a faster chance of getting an appointment through one of the public health pods or one of the mega pods that I mentioned, Cal State Northridge, Six Flags Magic Mountain, or Dodger Stadium. In addition, community clinics and hospitals and pharmacies will also be points of dispensing for the vaccine. This is the latest LA County COVID-19 data. So daily number of persons tested. This the 7-day average continues to grow. You're seeing numbers well in excess of 100,000 currently, and you'll see just total persons tested. From October 25th, we were just at over 3 million, and in just a few short months, we've added an additional over 2 million persons tested. Percent of tests that are positive, this is relatively encouraging news. When we last reported this information, the 7-day average was actually a little bit higher than current data. So we were at 18.4% when we last reported this information on January 4th. The latest data, we're actually down almost 2 percentage points to 16.5%. Daily number of hospitalized patients, again, you're seeing these numbers level off. And that is a relatively encouraging sign. The last time we reported this information, the number of hospitalized patients exceeded 7,500, and our data as of yesterday, we are at 7,328. So you are seeing this start to level out. Daily number of deaths as a 7-day average. Again, you're seeing these numbers start to level off, and the most recent 7-day average is 88. That's a pretty grim number when you look back to December 6th, when the number was as low as 23, but is actually a modest reduction from the data we provided last council meeting. Unfortunately, the mortality rate continues to climb, and it continues to show the disparate impact on people of color and the disparate impact on areas of poverty when compared to areas of relative lack of poverty. That concludes staff's update, and we are available for questions. Thank you.
Councilmember
Thank you.
Pacheco?
Yes, thank you so much. And if you could put my video on, please, I definitely want to talk, directly to the public here. First, I want to say thank you to the council and to staff for their support during the time that I was recovering from COVID-19. I want to say thank you to the mayor for taking time to read my letter, and I do hope it was well received. It was definitely heartfelt, and to say that my mentality towards being a councilman and to being a human being is definitely changed forever. When the pandemic hit, I was very nervous, not only for myself, but for the elderly people in my family, my tios, my tias, my abuelitos. And my number one priority was to learn, to get the facts, to let science inform our decisions. And that made our number one priority on council to make sure that people had access to PPE, to make sure that seniors were able to shop at the grocery stores without getting bum rushed by younger people going after toilet paper and, frijoles. And I think we worked very well in trying to effectuate common sense policy to protect our citizens. Unfortunately, we could only do so much against this terrible pandemic. And I actually wore a mask to a city council meeting. People were telling me that I looked foolish, that I was scaring others. But I wanted to set an example. I wanted to send the message that the science says that masks work. And that is something that I continue to believe. Now, obviously, we're meeting remotely and it's not as necessary. But all that we did for, San Fernando, and even though I'm proud for it, I really do feel now that we need to do a lot more. We tried to include small businesses in some ways. but we didn't do enough. A lot of our small businesses are on the edge of shuttering forever, or have already closed forever. You know, we're offering boxes of PPE, you know, we're offering decals about calling ahead to pick up delivery and to stay 6 feet apart and so forth. But now I think we really do need to focus on the devastating toll that the pandemic has taken on our businesses here in San Fernando. Some of these businesses will never be around again, and I'm unwilling to accept the status quo. We pride ourselves on the small city charm that we have here in San Fernando, our mom and pop shops and the neighbors who have fashion boutiques or auto repair, or, you know, little restaurants, little coffee shops, little sushi bars. And unfortunately, this past administration, in a lot of ways, left our small businesses out to dry. And the benefit of local government, the benefit of us having council members here in San Fernando, is that we are very in tune with our people here. We're very in tune with our residents, and we're very in tune with the businesses. And I think now I want us to consider having our own stimulus package. We have a little bit more leadership now at the top of government. Federal President-elect Joe Biden, Vice President-elect Kamala Harris have proposed a nearly $2 trillion bill to help us survive this pandemic. And it looks like states and local governments like San Fernando might be receiving some help finally. And I would just like to go over some briefly policy proposals that I would like my colleagues to think about in terms of COVID-19, in terms of our CDBG funds that are coming down the pike, and really reevaluate how we can rally for our small businesses. First, I would like to call on our largest employers, the McDonald's, the Home Depots, you know, the Starbucks, to pay their employees to get the vaccine. I think we've started to see some leadership from the private sector and say, look, we're going to give you 2 hours, we're going to give you 3 hours, we're going to give you 4 hours to go get the vaccine. And, you know, it may not be much, but that's how important it is. You know, we're all a big family here in San Fernando, even the big guys. And we are really all in this together. I also want us to refocus on the San Fernando Mall. I was able to watch the last city council meeting, and I found some merits in the discussion around, I'm sorry, not the mall. I found some merits around the San Fernando swap meet discussion. I think when we first considered reopening the swap meet in the summer, I was a bit incensed to hear that there were 4,000 or 5,000 people going through over a span of the weekend. You know, I was very upset that we could have such a large super spreader, even if it was outdoors. And I may have lost that battle, you know, but I think there's a lot more we can do with the swap meet. One item that I would like us to consider is asking for rental relief for the vendors. So we've seen rental relief for commercial tenants. We've seen rental relief for, you know, people in their homes. But I would like to call on the operators of the swap meet to consider rental relief for the vendors, the people that are really struggling to get by, the ones that, you know, would be really devastated if the swap meet closed. I think that it should operate at a lower capacity, but I call on the partners at our swap meet to really consider offering some sort of rental relief. So Mr. Howe, I'll put a pin in that for you, and maybe you can give us some more information on your discussions with the swap meet, and maybe if that's come across at all. But I've also begun to go through our budget. You know, I've had a lot of downtime, unfortunately. And I looked at our adopted budget, and I floated some ideas past Mr. Kimball and Mr. Padilla. And I believe we have identified some ways to help our small businesses. One, I think we should waive license processing fees. You have a business license processing fee. I think we should say in 2021, San Fernando is going to waive it. I think we should waive our license permit fees. I think in 2021, if you're coming to City Hall to pay a license permit fee, San Fernando should waive it. I think we should importantly waive our mall maintenance levy. The mall pays upwards of $100,000 to the city of San Fernando for maintenance, for cleaning and so forth. I think they need a little bit of relief right now. And I think we should consider waiving the mall maintenance levy for 2021. Mr. Gonzalez in our last city council sessions identified delinquent business licenses, I think to the tune of around $25,000. And Mr. Kimball confirmed that we're not charging interest on these delinquent fees. And I think we should continue that into the near future. I also want us to consider beginning grants to small businesses, no strings attached. You know, if you are a business in San Fernando, you should be able to apply for a grant. I also think that we should identify bilingual consultants to help our businesses navigate the loan process for the Small Business Association and the PPP loans. I, as an attorney, have applied for these loans. They are very difficult. Explaining these loans to my clients is very difficult. And I think at least we can have a webinar, at least we can have an informational webinar to help businesses navigate. Many banks open today, some open last week, accepting PPP loans. So I definitely encourage our businesses to look closely at that. I also think we should identify and offer at-home testing, especially for seniors. Thank goodness that the vaccine is around the corner, but we are starting to see variants of COVID-19. And we are hearing that chances are we're going to have a COVID vaccination every year now. And so I think if we stockpile some at-home testing, that will help our seniors who are rightly afraid of waiting in a long line at San Fernando Rec Park, you know, trying to get a test. I think securing a large amount of at-home tests that people can apply for and we'll send them to, or they can come pick them up, is sensible. I think it will help stem the tide as well. And I think, you know, that's something that we should add to our stockpile of PPP as well. I think with one voice, we need to, you know, pick a day, maybe in May or June, to celebrate at San Fernando Small Business Day, you know, to do some shopping, socially distant shopping, to do some spending, to call some Postmates or DoorDashes. I think we should be leaders in terms of establishing a sense of pride in our small businesses, and having like a recognition in that way, I think can definitely go a long way. And as far as restaurants are going, you know, I'll try to wrap up here. I think we need to re-examine outdoor dining. Outdoor dining has been closed for several weeks now, and the stamina has not stemmed COVID-19 at all. The cases continue to go up. It shows no sign of slowing down. So why should we blame our restaurants for spreading, you know, COVID when we've had them closed for so long and it has not stopped the spread? So I think we should rally around a sensible reopening of outdoor dining, maybe 25%, maybe 50%. This will take some courage. LA County and the state is a little bit behind on this. But I feel like at this point, reasonable people can disagree as to the mandates we're getting from the county and from the state. Like I said, I don't think there's a lot of evidence to show that outdoor dining closures have stopped the spread. So honestly, the truth is that our budget, our finances are actually in good shape. We made some tough decisions last year, but our small businesses are not in good shape. Our financial outlook is actually a little bit brighter than it was last year. There was a lot of unknowns around sales tax, Measure SF, and so forth. Now, Measure SF is passed. I believe we start to collect Measure SF revenue in April. Additionally, I feel like our rainy day fund needs to be tapped. This is a rainy day. Small businesses and restaurants and coffee shops are on the verge of collapse. San Fernando Mall, Maclay, San Fernando Road, these places will never look the same again. Now, I've looked at the numbers for these fees for the mall maintenance levy, and it comes out to around $300,000, $400,000. It's not cheap, but I think we have to show some backbone. I think we have to show some leadership. Our finances are not in bad shape. We have a stimulus package hopefully on the way from Biden and Ms. Harris. We have Measure SF tax revenue on the way. And I believe that we shouldn't necessarily count our chickens before they hatch in terms of this stimulus bill. But it's really likely that we'll start seeing some relief from the federal government, finally. So I want to call on my colleagues to support considering these ideas, support considering these waivers, just for the next 12 months. We're not talking indefinitely. We're not talking forever. We just have to do, we have to pay a down payment for our businesses. And so, Mr. Howe, I do want to circle back now and ask, I know there was a little bit of a discussion about the swap meet in the last meeting, and I'm curious if you've been able to liaison with the operators there. Is there any more information you can give us about the amount of people that they're seeing coming through, or what capacity they're maintaining and so forth? And then obviously, I said my piece, and so I'm very curious to hear if my colleagues can support me in making these fees disappear for 2021. And I also want to call on the business community and residents to call in and make your voice heard on these issues, because your voice really does matter. That's why we're here. This is why we're sitting in these seats, to serve you. So if you support these ideas, if you don't support these ideas, please let us know. So Mr. Howe, please, if you can take it away.
And thank you, Council Member. I just want to respectfully ask that questions to staff just come through the city manager. So if let
Of
me
course.
right.
Sure.
So-
Yeah. You know what? Why don't we start with you, Mr. Kimball, if you want to address some of these things. Obviously, a lot of these are budget related, and you're the head honcho. You're the CEO of our city in a lot of ways, and maybe some of these things will have your blessing, and maybe some of them won't. But we obviously can't do it without hearing your input and hearing your hopefully non-partial estimation of our finances, what we can afford, how we can do targeted relief.
Sure. And I think
Councilmember Pacheco and Nick, I would like to go around and have the other council members ask their questions, make their statements, and that way you could capture them all and speak to them at the end. Is that right? Okay.
Certainly.
Councilmember Montanez?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you for the section in the staff report that says that San Fernando residents are now able to get an appointment online. Or I'm sorry, if San Fernando residents are not able to get an appointment online, they may walk up to San Fernando Park without an appointment, show your identification that you're a San Fernando resident, and they will register you on site and give you an appointment. So thank you very much for that. I think that's really important that San Fernando residents, if you cannot get an appointment online, you could walk to the park, take your driver's license or any other identification that shows your address in San Fernando, and you will get tested. Because we were seeing a lot of just like everywhere across the county, testing sites were full and people weren't unable to get tested. So a question that I have to that list is, do we know how many vaccines have been distributed at San Fernando Park? And of those vaccines, how many of those vaccines have gone to San Fernando residents? That's one question.
And I'll record all these questions so we can come back to them. So go ahead.
Exactly. So the question obviously is how many residents have gotten the vaccine? The other question is, well, I guess not its question, it's more of a statement. The vaccinatelacounty.com website, people should definitely be paying close attention to that, but it crashed today because there was so many people that applied for it. By 2 p.m., the site was essentially not taking any more registrants. So I think what's really important, and our alert to the city residents went after that. So what's really important, as soon as we find out that there is registration is available, if we could make it a city policy to not waste a second and send it out on the Alert San Fernando system, so everybody gets it as soon as possible, because this is just right now, unfortunately, because it's disorganized for residents, people are not able to get in. So I'm not sure how many San Fernando residents today who are 65 and over, who had an opportunity for a very short period of time to register, how many were actually able to register. I know people, we were successful, and I know people where we weren't successful. So right now, I think the county just sent out an alert saying their system is not working right now. So vaccinatelacounty.com, which we just heard Tim present on, is a website that we want everybody to track, but just understand that if you cannot get through, it is the accurate website. The county has just had problems keeping it going. Okay, but do continue to track that website. So that leads to the question, is there a way for San Fernando to allocate a certain amount of vaccines per day to go to residents that are 65 and over, where they can do what we are proposing with the testing, or what they can do in testing now is show up or call, or try to get it online, but that they can show up and try to get testing. Is that something that's possible? Can we work with the county to make sure that that gets done? I bring this up because as of today, January 19th, the city of San Fernando has the highest case rate of infections, next to the city of Vernon, and the city of Vernon has about 200 people that live there. So we are the worst city. After 10 months, we have not been successful in getting off the top 25 list. So we need to focus on the vaccines, continuing to test San Fernando residents, and continuing to promote the precautions that are necessary. But we also have a lot of people, as we know, that are frontline workers who have, multiple relatives living in a house. So it's really important for us to devise a different strategy. What we've been doing has not worked. So I would like for the council to discuss this. We started discussing this a little bit before. Can we get at our site at San Fernando prioritization? Now we have priority for 65 plus by the governor's order. The county, can we get priority for residents 65 plus, residents that are high risk, frontline workers like grocery workers that are living or working in San Fernando, so that we can do more to reduce the case rate. We're the worst, next to the city of Vernon that has 200 people. So that's the other question, right? What can we do? And can we then, based on all this discussion, get a letter, which we haven't done, a letter to the County Board of Supervisors, the head of Department of Public Health, our national, public health experts, the governor's office, stating a much more, just a stronger ask, a stronger plea, stronger demand that we get resources both in, yes, on testing, but additional resources to help us vaccinate people. Because we continue to be at the top of the list. And as of today, we're like the worst city next to the city of Vernon. And that's unacceptable. People are dying. Lots of families have lost relatives. We all know people that are in critical condition right now in ICU, in our local hospitals and other hospitals. This is literally a life and death situation. And I want us to prioritize the vaccines to our community. We've seen the numbers. Who is most heavily impacted? It's the type of people that are us. It's those of us that live in communities like the city of San Fernando. So the last question that I have is, of course, I still have the question which I asked on January 4th, SWAT meet, right? What are the attendance at the SWAT meet? It is absolutely a super spreader event. I'd like to know attendance at this weekend. Again, we need to just work on eliminating these types of, opportunities for people to spread the infection. The last question I have has to do with the coronavirus relief funds. Okay, so in the staff report, we know that the city of San Fernando received $311,000 and $311,324. So the city of San Fernando received $311,000 with 234. Okay, so of this, what I understand that the 250,000 of that went to pay city employees' salaries, and 61,000 went to pay department supplies. So of the $311,000 that the city of San Fernando received for coronavirus relief funds, it doesn't seem to me that a penny went to do the types of programs that I absolutely support, that Councilmember Pacheco just described. So I'm not seeing it, and I'd like to know if that money of that $311,000, did any of that money go to help the small businesses that I completely agree need to be helped, or to help a resident purchase local supplies or food, or do anything to protect themselves? So that's a question. How much of the $311,000 that was received by the coronavirus relief funds went to directly service business owners or residents in the city of San Fernando? I understand that there was an additional amount of money, $136,373. That was an additional one-time community development block grant, as stated in the staff report. And of that money, 68,000 approximately has been spent for food distribution and the personal protective equipment for the small businesses. So of that money, is that the only money that's left for us to do all the wonderful programs that I agree with Councilmember Pacheco that we should do? Or are there additional funds that have already been allocated to the city or will be allocated to the city? And my final question is there any way for us to actually, as the council member said, do something where we show backbone and take that $311,000 and spend it on the programs that directly impact the businesses of San Fernando, the residents of San Fernando, especially the residents that are dying or getting sick or ending up in critical condition?
Okay, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to first acknowledge that I do think the city of San Fernando can take a stronger advocacy role when it comes to getting additional resources for the city. Again, recognizing where we are in comparison to other cities. And thank you, Tim, for incorporating the notes from last week and adding that per capita rate to the website, because it does make a difference to be able to show where we are in comparison. I'm supportive of course, getting more testing for our residents. Of course, we know that helps reduce the spread, because right now we do have the ability to have residents show that they live here and they can go walk up to the testing site. I think that just needs to be promoted more. That's an immediate action that we can increase testing for our residents. My question when it relates to the COVID response efforts is, how can we support households that simply don't have the space to quarantine. I know, recognizing the comments previously that we have a lot of frontline workers, we also have some smaller houses with some larger households. And when people are sharing bedrooms or bathrooms, they're spreading it to their families, and that's increasing our numbers. And it's so important that we're able to protect everyone, but I want to know, how are we supporting them when there's no space to go to quarantine? When it comes to resources to support our community, I am really happy to hear that there's support for recognizing the needs of our businesses and our residents, that it doesn't have to be an either or, but that the residents of our community are important, but so is the local economy. It goes hand in hand, and we can do both if we work together to build partnerships so that we ensure we're getting food to people, we ensure we're getting PPE to people, but also we ensure that no one's displaced. And I think that's the big crisis that we need to recognize. Our community will change if we don't actively prevent the displacement of both our residents and our businesses. I have worked on the community development block grant in my professional career, and I'm very interested in discussing the resources. I'm going to hold myself back from answering Councilmember Montañez's questions about the next round of resources and how that works for you, Nick and team. I am excited that there will be an opportunity in this next program year 47, to reallocate resources. In the past, it's been for resurfacing projects, and there's always been an opportunity to invest in public services. I have joined this council because I believe that our residents deserve more access to public services, and we can tap into resources that exist from the county so we could really stretch our dollars. I am a really big proponent of helping to fund resource navigators. I think Councilman Pacheco's idea about bilingual support is really vital. And lastly, I just really hope we don't forget about, the other crisis on our hands, which is the fact that our students are getting left behind. We know, in addition to low-income communities of color, we're seeing higher death rates and infection rates, but we're also seeing our students not succeeding in schoolwork. Having access to Wi-Fi that's stable, having tutoring support, having support for parents so everyone's successful is going to make a really huge difference in the education gap that we're all going to face, because that's an education gap they're going to face as they go on to pursue college and career, and that always comes back to our community. So it's all tied in, and I think there's an opportunity to also utilize resources to make sure everyone has a connection. I'd love to learn opportunities that don't rely on long-term infrastructure projects to get everyone connected, but instead potentially partnerships so that we can get it here more quickly. And I also, just as a last point, in recognition of process, we have gone to item 10 to discuss the funding available that's left over from the CARES Act resources and the next Community Development Block Grant Program year. And so in the interest of conversation, I wonder if it's appropriate to formally, after this round is concluded, to go to that item to discuss item 10 and provide direction to staff about how we want to spend those resources. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. And thank you, council members, for all your great input and all the points. You brought a lot of things to light, and really appreciate it. So a lot of things that, some of those things I had already have considered myself, but, and I see the importance of, the food necessities of our community, testing, vaccinations, and prioritizing those vaccinations for our residents, and how to keep our community safe has been something that we've been focusing for the past year. How are we going to do this with a limited amount of funds that we had? It was a difficult task that we had at hand, and it's very fluid. It's been changing, and we've, it's something that we're working on right now and have been working on. But I do appreciate all the recommendations brought by everyone. I do, and I know that we're going to be talking about it in the funding in item number 10 later on. So, how do we open up this conversation so that we can prioritize what we want to do for COVID? How do we do this? How do we manage it all? And that's the big question, because there's so many issues that we have to address as a council, and we need to find the way to address them all. So that's all I have to say for right now.
Thank you very much. Nick, the council members covered pretty much everything that I had in mind. So why don't you go ahead and answer the questions?
Sure. So I'll start with Councilmember Pacheco's questions, and I think we'll come back to the swap meet at the end. There was a lot, a lot of requests he had there. Obviously, some of them are sort of lower hanging fruit. They all have a financial and quite frankly workload impact on staff. So I think I would want to, before kind of making a value judgment or recommendation on any of these, really just make sure, just kind of assign a sort of a workload and a budget number to each of them. And then that at least will kind of give council a little bit more guidance. We can bring that back at the next council meeting on what that impact might be and what can get rolled out really quickly versus what would take some, some administrative doing and some rearranging of workloads. So, so I would like to come back to those. And obviously there are certain things that are much easier to implement than others. So I have about 8 different items that I've written down. With regards to many of Councilmember Montanez's questions, so the vaccines that have been distributed at San Fernando Park, and how many to residents, I'd actually reached out at the middle of last week to get some of that information. In part of what, so LAFD is running our site at Rec Park, and they're going to work to get us some of that information. They haven't been able to get it to us yet because they were in the middle last week of basically, quite frankly, transitioning many of their big sites from testing sites to vaccination sites. So they were focused 100% on that transition at many of the sites, and just didn't have the bandwidth to get us some of that data, both testing and vaccines. Our site in San Fernando does do both, and from what I understand, they will continue to do vaccinations and testing. They did indicate that over the next few weeks, they will probably start looking at focusing more on vaccinations and getting more doses to our rec park and getting more of those administered out of recreation parks. So I will get that information on how many have been distributed and sort of what their plan is. Are they, plan on increasing doses in San Fernando at San Fernando Rec Park? I'll also ask about how we can try to set aside or get a certain number of appointments for our own local 65 and older San Fernando residents, similar to the testing. So I'll work with them tomorrow. They've actually been really accommodating to us. They really like being at San Fernando Recreation Park. So they have really wanted to work with us and get those out. I agree with the letter to the County Board of Supervisors. Actually, we'll start drafting something tomorrow, asking for a lot more resources because of our, not just us, but also the surrounding communities of Sylmar, Pacoima, and Arleta have consistently been in that top 25. So clearly we need assistance from the Board of Supervisors, LA County Public Health, and then even some of our national resources and our national elected officials. So we'll most definitely work on some of that to get additional testing and vaccination resources in San Fernando. Attendance at the swap meet, Tim can give an update on some of those numbers that we have. The most recent are for last weekend, I believe, not this most recent weekend. As far as what we spent the $311,000 on, so the $61,000 for equipment, a pretty decent portion of that was for things like floor decals that were distributed to San Fernando businesses free of charge. We, at the very beginning, we did quite a few posters that we had ordered and distributed through to all the businesses. Some of them had all of the COVID-19 social distancing restrictions. Some of them said we are open for takeout and delivery, and we're given to restaurants free of charge. So we did a whole lot of different posters that we sent out. Some of them were, putting our Halloween restrictions, how to safely celebrate Halloween. And then there were a number of postcard mailings in those first few months where we were really trying to get people to sign up for our email listservs. So quite a bit of that equipment, that department supplies and equipment was spent on items like that were distributed and used to give information to the residents without, in the businesses free of charge. With regards to salaries, that's a decision. We've had a lot of employees that are the front line of continuing to maintain all of our infrastructure. We already had to, we lost about 10 positions to the retiree incentive. Were we not able to at least get some of those salaries back through this, the CARES Act, a relief fund? Those, we probably would have had to do additional cuts, and we would have potentially lost additional employees that were not, so the continuity of service is what that first round and what was recommended that first round go toward with regards to salaries. However, now that we are in a different position, we did go through that retirement incentive. We can look at the next round, allocating differently with regards to the CDBG funds, and we'll get more into that in item 10. But we can definitely use those, to focus exclusively on businesses and residents. Those can't be used for staff salaries. Those can't be used for continuity of service. Only those CARES Act relief funds could be used. And quite frankly, FEMA has indicated that they're not going to be paying staff salaries for, there's no FEMA reimbursement for city staff salaries. They've already kind of made that determination. So a lot of this was overtime on the weekends, was to get, to get social media updated, to get our website up to date, to put out regulations. So this was really kind of the only chance that the city was going to have to use some Relief Act funds towards salaries. FEMA wasn't going to pay for salaries. And again, otherwise we had to go cut deeper. So that's sort of going into that. And we can go deeper when we get to the CDBG item on what we can use. Not just the potentially the $40,000 on, but next year's $225,000 allocation for CDBG. And then Councilmember Rodriguez, with regards to your question on space for quarantine, that is a good question. If people don't have space to quarantine, how can we support those individuals? For a while, the county was running the project Room Key, which was putting some homeless individuals up in hotel rooms, vacant hotel rooms throughout the county. I think that program sort of winded down recently, but we can look into additional ways to potentially offer resources to those that don't have the space to quarantine. And then I think the rest of your questions were related to CDBG, which we can get through in the next item. Tim, if you want to give a little bit of feedback, please, on the swap meet. Again, we can certainly look at putting additional restrictions. I think related to the outdoor dining, as a public agency in LA County, we are bound by, we don't have our own health departments. We are bound by the health code. We can be more restrictive, but we can't be less restrictive. The swap meet is an example that we were a little more restrictive, when we started this. Outdoor dining is an example where we can't legally be less restrictive. Then it becomes an enforcement issue from there. But with regards to swap meet, we had been more restrictive, and that is always at the purview of the council to be more restrictive with orders on things like the swap meet. So Tim, if you can kind of just give some of the information from last meeting.
Sure. Mayor and council members, some of the questions that were provided to staff at the last discussion was regarding attendance figures for the immediate past week from January 4th, and questions about experiences at the swap meet with issues of reaching capacity and having to limit entry. So staff contacted swap meet management. They provided data for December 28th through January 3rd. And I have that data as total number of shoppers throughout the entire day. Monday, December 28th closed. December 29th, which was a Tuesday, the total number of shoppers throughout the day was 3,500. Wednesday, they were closed. That's December 30th. On December 31st, which was a Thursday, the number was 1,800. Friday, Friday, January 1st, they were closed due to the holiday. On Saturday, January 2, the total number of attendees throughout the day was 6,900. On Sunday, January 3, the number was 8,000. In terms of the question related to issues with reaching capacity or what do they do in terms of capping attendance, they cap the total number of shoppers at any given time within the swap meet to 2,500, and they monitor that by utilizing tablets and attendance at each of the two entrances.
Thank you, Tim. So those are, I guess, Mayor, that's sort of the responses for the, I guess, the first round of questions. So
there was one other question that I had was the question of, can we take the 311,000 that was spent on staff salaries? Well, part of that was spent on staff salaries. Can we actually reallocate that to actually go into some of the programs that we want to do to help residents and businesses?
So that money was, those funds were to reimburse the city for costs that were between March of 2020 and June of 2020. So those books those books are kind of closed for the fiscal year, and I'll let Diego add some additional flavor if he wants to. But so basically, because we reimbursed it and they're already closed for the year, we can't reallocate those without having some pretty significant statements, restatements on our CAFR and our financial statements.
That is correct, City Manager. And we just closed our audit, so that would entail going back and opening that up, and we have already closed that. Our CAFR has been published, so we're unable to reallocate those funds at this time.
Okay, and that's because it applies to last year's fiscal year, correct? Because it was between March 2020 and June 2020.
That's correct.
Thank you for that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And are there any other questions?
Yes, Ms. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, council member.
Briefly, Mr. Kimball, you had mentioned some of the stimulus items that I enumerated could be low-hanging fruit. I definitely understand that the administration of a grants program, for instance, is going to be a very heavy lift. And I won't hold you, I'm not asking you to promise me anything, but what might be some of the low-hanging fruit that are a little bit more easier and more palatable to our budget?
Sure, just from a from an easy to administer standpoint, waiving fees is relatively easy. There's no, basically we just don't charge the fees. So any of those fee related questions that are fee related items, the mall maintenance levy, business license processing fees, those types of things are easy to do administratively. We just don't charge the fee. But obviously that has an impact on lost revenue. So that kind of, but then going in, and obviously once you get into administering a grant, so you have to vet everyone's application, you know, make sure that they're vetted for accuracy. When you get into stocking, you know, purchasing and stocking like home testing units, obviously there's shelf life of that, and there's a whole storage, and there's a whole different number. And I don't even, you know, I don't even want to address a lot of them because I might not be exhaustive, and I don't want to dismiss. I just
No problem at all. Yeah, I was just curious, and I thank you, and I do look forward to working with you, and coming back at the next meeting with something more concrete.
Sure.
Thanks.
And so what we'll do, just as a follow-up so that all the council knows, is we'll come back. It sounds like we have direction from staff, from city council, to basically explore some of these programs, and we can come back at the next council meeting with a little more information. I think as Councilmember Rodriguez, who may have been disconnected from an audio, I think she's listening now, enumerated, a lot of these will overlap a little with the CDBG discussion, because there are some programs that the council could decide to fund using CDBG funds. So there is some crossover, and some of these are special funds versus general funds. So there's a little bit of analysis that will be required, but we'll bring that back at the next council meeting.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so now we're ready for the item 7 presentation regarding discussion solid waste.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I know you didn't see
Yes.
my hand go up on.
No, I can't see hands go up, so.
Yeah,
thank
sorry
you.
about that. So on the swap meet, can we also get a plan for what we do to prevent and stop what's going on there? We'll get the numbers from this weekend, but there was probably anywhere between that 6,000 to 8,000. 6,900 to, I think you said, over 8,000 on January 3rd. That was the day I saw it, and it was really clear that they were not operating at 20%. I don't know what the 20% number should be, but if we can please get a plan for what we do to address that, because it's unacceptable, and there's no question that people are getting sick there.
And just to reiterate, it sounds like I've had 3 council members. I know at least the council member Pacheco and Montanez are interested in additional information. So unless we'll bring back, what we'll do is we'll rehash the staff report where we put additional restrictions on the swap meet from a few months ago. And we can give some updated data that we have related to the swap meet, and then that can facilitate a discussion at the next meeting for swap meet restrictions.
That sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, Nick, item 7, presentation discussion regarding solid waste.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm
Services.
going to pass it over to Director of Public Works, Matt Baumgardner, who will introduce for Public Services that will give a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Kimball. Yeah, I'll keep this very quick. I know we've got a lot of business left, but I'll introduce Francella Aguilar, who is our relationship manager from Republic Services. And also tonight we have Julian Reyes, who's our recycling coordinator from Republic Services. I will say real quick, we are on just completing the 7th year of a 10-year contract with Republic Services. And, obviously they provide our refuse collection services for our residents and business owners, but also provide special services, special events, drop-off events at City Parking Lot 6N. Quarterly bulky item drop-offs. They also do e-waste drop-offs from residents, as well as paper shredding services. And we're just wrapping up the annual Christmas tree drop-off events. So I'm going to turn it over to Francella and Nick. If you've indicated they have the ability to share screen and stuff like that. Francella, I'll turn it over to you to introduce and do your presentation.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to share my screen for about a 10-minute presentation, if you don't mind. And can you please confirm that you can see my screen?
Yes,
And you can hear me as well, correct?
Okay.
Perfect. Well, good evening, Madam Mayor Ballin, Madam Vice Mayor Mendoza, and members of the City Council. My name again is Francella Aguilar with Republic Services, and I want to thank you, and we appreciate the opportunity to review the highlights of our service during the year 2020. I'm going to take over this. This is the agenda that we will cover with you today: our current services, 2020 overview, how we responded to the unexpected pandemic, the upcoming, and I'll present a short video of the mandate SB 1383, and what our next steps are in San Fernando. This is your local San Fernando team. David Cannon is our general manager. Dan Jover is your dedicated route supervisor. Julian Reyes, as introduced earlier, is your recycling coordinator, and I'm the municipal relationship manager. We all oversee the contract for San Fernando. Our drivers are the heart of our community. Your San Fernando drivers average 20 years of experience. They operate under a collective bargaining partnership with Teamsters 396. This is your dedicated and very loyal team that I'm very proud to work with every day. Our residential current services consist of a 3-car system for solid waste, recycling, and green waste. We have weekly electronic and bulky item pickups and a holiday tree removal. Our commercial services include solid waste, recycling, and an organics program. We also have roll-off service for construction and demolition and illegal dumping removal. We currently have 4,110 residential customers, 619 commercial customers, and we average 163 roll-off hauls per month. All of our collection vehicles are operated by a professionally and continuously trained driver. They're all compressed natural gas trucks. We currently have 3 residential trucks, 2 commercial solid waste trucks, 1 commercial recycled truck, 1 organic truck, and 1 roll-off truck. And these are pictures of what these vehicles look like. Republic Services is a local company located in the city of Sun Valley. We are proud of our legacy of providing career opportunities for people of all backgrounds. Together, we are leading the way in our industry, receiving notable recognition for our sustainability achievements. Just to highlight a few, we were named the 2020 Organics Recycler of the Year by the National Waste and Recycling Association. Also, the Forbes Best Employers for Women. I personally have been with Republic for almost 16 years. Edisphere's World's Most Ethical Companies and Barron's 100 Most Sustainable Companies. And over the past 10 years, I'm proud to say that our safety performance has been 39% better than the industry average, keeping everyone safe in your community, which of course is our #1 priority. Republic has been a proven partner, meeting and exceeding all contract expectations. Together, we have achieved and exceeded the CalRecycle per capita diversion requirement, and we've kept the city of San Fernando in full compliance in all state mandates. The next slide will be presented by Julian Reyes, your recycling coordinator.
Thank you. Good evening. I will continue the presentation focusing on our partnership with the city. Throughout our 6-year partnership, we have become part of the San Fernando community. There are a variety of ways in which we contribute to the community. I've had the pleasure to work with the Education Commission annually in implementing the $1,000 Cesar Chavez Scholarship to San Fernando High School seniors. We also implement $3,500 annually in gift cards to our residential customers who pledge to recycle with our Recycle Rewards program, an annual $10,000 community investment fund, and $1,000 to a charity within the zone that recycles the most within the city. We also work with Public Works in initiating the Tree City USA program, where we donate trees to the city through our nursery in Sunshine Canyon. Now, and unfortunately, due to the pandemic, we were not able to participate in community events that we normally do. That includes National Night Out, the San Fernando PD Memorial Golf Tournament, Dia de los Muertos 5K run, and the Christmas tree lighting, just to name a few. Next slide, please. Our quarterly bulky and e-waste events have continued to be very well attended. Through these events, San Fernando residents can properly dispose of bulky items and electronic waste. Also, twice a year, we provide a paper shred truck where customers can properly and safely dispose of paper and documents on site. To highlight some of the 2020 numbers, we provided free compost at each of our events. We filled 3 flatbed trucks with electronic waste, 2 truckloads of paper shred, and disposed of 56 tons of bulky items. To close out the year, at the end of the year, we place roll-off containers in parking lots 6N so customers can dispose of holiday trees. For the 2020 season, we disposed of nearly 6 tons of trees. Thank you very much. The next slide will be presented by Francella.
Thank you, Julian. I would like to also give you an update on how the pandemic struck Republic Services. When the pandemic struck the nation with little warning and changing, of course, our way of life and business landscape, our employees did not miss a beat as the majority of our workforce remained in the field, continuing to provide a valuable, essential service to San Fernando and the communities we serve. We responded to unprecedented challenges with comprehensive action to help protect and support our employees and communities. We distributed all the necessary PPE, masks, and sanitation supplies to protect our people and customers. We transitioned all of our customer service employees to a work from home environment in just a few days without missing a single call. And we launched nationally our 20 million Committed to Serve initiative, which was a way of acknowledging our own essential workers while simultaneously supporting local businesses. Our local team provided meals twice a week to our frontline workers to take home to their families, with all the meals being purchased from local restaurants, like El Abuelo and Magali's Tamales, and here in San Fernando. Locally, we spent over $100,000 providing for our employees with the meals and gift cards and giving back to the communities we serve. We are also proud to say that during the height of the pandemic, our recycling operations stayed open without any interruption. Republic was one of the very few providers that kept our material recycling and processing facilities up and running as essential services. Unfortunately, the effects of the pandemic have resulted in a shift of waste volumes. As businesses, bars, restaurants, and schools closed, the commercial volume decreased, while the residential volume increased as much as 30% due to residents being forced to remain and work at home, and children and college students also stayed home to study. These residential volumes will likely remain elevated for at least the next 2 years. Just in San Fernando, the residential waste increased by 19%, the recycle 5%, green waste or yard waste 18%, the bulky item tonnage increased by 24%, and illegal dumping by 30%. The next topic that I would like to discuss is a mandate SB 1383, which is the most aggressive and challenging waste and organic waste legislation. I'm going to present you with a 3-minute video from Cal Recycle just to give you some of the highlights. So you can just let me know if you can hear it.
Even though California is flourishing in many ways, we are also facing greater challenges than ever due to climate change. Cyclical droughts, intense fire seasons, and pollution endangers human health and the environment. In California, we're doing something about it.
Governor Jerry Brown today signed a bill regulating emissions from landfills to fight climate change.
The Organics Law calls on the state's 40 million residents, its businesses, and every level of government to combat climate change by getting food, green waste, and other organics out of our landfills and get more good food to the 1 in 8 Californians, including the 1 in 5 children who are food insecure. At 23 million tons, organics are by far the largest material type landfilled in California each year. Fortunately, yard, food, and other organic waste can be recycled into compost and renewable natural gas. 1383 requires new rules and regulations to achieve a 50% reduction in organic waste disposal by 2020, a 75% reduction by 2025, and actions to make sure 20% of currently disposed edible food is redirected to Californians in need. Enforcement begins once the law takes effect on January 1st, 2022. Achieving these targets demands a new approach and substantial new investments to restructure the waste management system of the world's fifth largest economy. CalRecycle began rulemaking immediately after the law's passage in 2016. Jurisdictions should start planning now to meet the law's requirements.
1383 will affect every resident and every business in the state of California. CalRecycle is here to help local governments understand and implement this new program.
Start planning now to connect large food waste generators with your local food recovery organizations to help feed hungry people where you live. Start planning now to expand organic waste collection to all homes and businesses in your area and increase your local capacity to recycle this material. Start planning now for rate changes to fund these efforts, new ordinances for mandatory recycling and enforcement, and changes to existing franchise agreements or hauler permit.
Some of this is new and some of it requires more of what you've already been doing, but all of it requires planning now to make sure programs are in place by January 1, 2022.
Recycling organic waste is an essential part of the state strategy and one of the most cost-effective ways every Californian can reduce their own greenhouse gas footprint. Together, California will create a more sustainable future, combat climate change, feed more Californians, and improve the health of our people and our planet. CalRecycle is your committed partner in this effort. Get in touch with us to learn more about available support and resources to help you succeed. And talk to your staff about strategies for the next steps for 1383 implementation.
I apologize. We had a little bit of a hiccup on the video. I will go back to the presentation. Can you see my presentation now? Perfect. So as you can see, it is an aggressive mandate with many layers, and there's not any relief from CalRecycle or the legislator in pushing these deadlines back due to the pandemic. By January 1st, 2022, the city will need to meet deadline for ordinance along with other programs like a residential food recycling program. And I'm proud to say that at Republic, we are committed to helping the city of San Fernando meet these deadlines. Next steps. We will continue to be committed, reliable, and an engaged partner for San Fernando. We will continue to monitor COVID-19 situation and be ready to respond. And last but not least, we will shift all of our resources and energy towards getting SB 1383. Thank you for your time. This concludes my presentations, and I am available for any questions.
Councilmember Montanez.
Thank you for that, Francella, and Julian.
You're welcome.
Appreciate your presentation. So just a couple of questions. On the diversion rates, can you go through again what we currently have on our diversion rates and then how those compare to state, where we should be at the state requirements?
Right. So we're no longer, CalRecycle no longer measures by diversion percentages. Now it's a per capita, which the per capita where it includes is not just a volume and numbers, but it's also programs and participation, educational outreach. The way the numbers work, for example, if San Fernando is allocated to 4.4 per capita, you have to be, I'm sorry, an 8.3 per capita, you have to be below 8.3. And for 2020, your numbers were at 4.4, which is way below, meaning the way it's measured is the opposite. So if you try to do a percentage, you were probably about 65, 67% above the diversion mandate.
Okay, so 2020, our diversion was 4.4. That was our diversion rate.
And I can get you the exact numbers. We do have, yes.
Okay. So the other thing is on all the public outreach services that you have in the contract. Thank you for adding it to the agenda. One of the there was a couple things in there, right? That you could give me a report at some other point, or maybe go through each one of those and tell us how you're doing tracking against the public outreach services. As an example, contractor shall donate at least 100 trees per year as part of the Tree City USA. So have we gotten 700 trees from Republic?
No, the way the contract is we can donate up to 100 trees per year, but it's pretty much just whatever the city requests. So if they request 5 trees, we provide 5. If they request 99, we provide 99.
Okay, I think it says contractor shall donate at least 100 trees per year.
Right, and it's so depending on how many the city wants. I mean, we can donate the 100 every year.
At least, right? So the minimum. So we haven't received the at least 100 trees per year for the
No,
last 7 years. Yay! So we have 700 trees coming to
anytime.
So, okay, so I just want to make sure. So that's good. Okay. Same thing like with the garden project. So maybe you just go through that, right? There's some really good things in there. The education packages, you know, how we're doing the Recycling Rosie curriculum in the schools. I think that's just great to work with the local schools to get the kids to learn about recycling, and they take home Rosie recycling programs and encourage parents to do more. So if you could just give us like some of those updates or highlights so that we know, you know, how well the students are doing and how much of that program is going. And then on the Cesar Chavez Scholarship, is that $1,000 in total, or is it $1,000 per student? And then how many students?
It's one student and it's $1,000.
Got it. Okay.
Yes. It's
Okay,
it's
so $1,000 one student.
annually.
Okay.
Mhm.
And then I would love to be able to work with you on, you know, looking at moving forward zero waste, right? And how do we move towards ordinances that actually promote zero waste, and obviously including the organic waste, the recycling. It is interesting that the numbers that you showed was, you know, the amount of waste that residents are actually throwing away right now or creating is significantly higher because people are home. But then the recycling rate was still small, that it only went up 5%.
Correct.
So the education, I think, is really important for us to really try to do more to encourage the community to recycle. So even though we may be at home more, it doesn't mean that we have to create more waste.
Yes.
Right. So I would love to be able to you know, work with Republic on just what we can do to just encourage residents to continue to look at what we're throwing away, and what we how we even purchase things and how they're packaged. And then the last thing too is just you know, moving forward is you know, continuing to work with you on the commercial just trash. We see it all over. We've discussed this before, right? Public and city council meetings with business owners. I think you've heard about it. Just getting a hold of the trash in the mall and the other key commercial corridors, ensuring that the bins are not overflowing, as they overflow a lot daily, multiple bins, and then ensuring that the bins don't have the significant amount of graffiti that we see on some of them. And sometimes those are put out the day after. So if a driver does see bins that have graffiti, that they don't come back to San Fernando the next day, but that they're removed until they're cleaned up. So I just, you know, I look forward to just working, you know, with you and the council and the city to just to work on these additional reducing waste, recycling, and really increasing our diversion numbers to the greatest extent possible.
Absolutely. I look forward to working with you as well.
Councilmember Pacheco.
Thank you, Mayor Bellin. I just, I have a couple questions. This is both for, I guess, Mr. Kimball and Mr. Baumgartner, in addition to Ms. Aguilar. Could you update us on the mall enclosures, some of the challenges we're seeing in terms of dumping, some of the ideas you've proposed with the mall merchants in terms of location of future enclosures, inclusion of organic enclosures, and, you know, distances that people will have to walk to throw away their, you know, their rubbish and so forth. You know, something just very high level. We don't have to get into nitty gritty, but can you just update us and the public on, you know, where we're at with mall enclosure situation, the use of these, you know, these funds that we discussed last time and so forth?
Yes, Matt, go ahead and give. I know you've been working closely with the Mall Association and Republic, so if you want to give an overview.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for your question, Councilmember Pacheco. Yes, we have had a couple of meetings with the Mall Association, and I'm happy to say that Francella was able to join in on the last meeting, so she's going to be partnering with us very closely. We've received one proposal and are looking at another proposal coming in probably this week from a couple of consultants that specialize in sort of waste management planning and logistics. So they will be looking at all of these questions you're bringing up, Councilmember Pacheco, in terms of distance for different types of businesses to get to the types of bins. Are we going to have special bins where we can segregate the food for this SB 1383 measure that we have to address? So we have a couple. We have one proposal. We're waiting for the second one. We're working with reviewing those with the Mall Association, and we will be getting key input from Francella and Julian and Dan, her route supervisor, to kind of give us a lot of information about the logistics of the pickup through the mall and what they can speak to that. And I think getting all the people into the same room to talk about this, I think we're gonna make some significant headway. I'm pretty confident. The one proposal we received looks pretty promising in terms of conceptualizing what, having the expert sort of help us understand what the options are out there, and understanding what other municipalities have done, shopping centers have done, that kind of thing, so that we can really get everybody to understand what are the options out there, what are the costs, come up with some conceptual designs, and then perhaps being able to move forward with Measure W money and bring a contractor in, whether that be to improve the condition of the basically rebuilding the trash enclosures so they're closed in and have roofs, are more aesthetically pleasing, will prevent a lot of the illegal dumping, but also looking at other options. Like I said, for the, having special enclosures and bins for the food waste so they're not getting commingled and creating the issues with odors and pests and things like that. As well as, things like Vertipack compactors, where we could be compacting a lot of the cardboard waste that is generated from some of the businesses in the mall. So we're going to look at, I've been working on sort of detailing out all the different types of businesses in the mall.
Excellent.
Working very closely with the Mall Association, helping me get very detailed information on what is the waste type at each one of these locations, and then working very closely with the consultant when we bring that person on board, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, as well as the Mall Association and Republic, to come up with good solutions to address all of these questions that you have.
Excellent, excellent. Ms. Aguilar or the Republic team, if you want to, chime in. And I'm also curious as to maybe other business corridors or other cities that might be paradigmatic, something that we can look forward and as an example, maybe in your experience, or maybe specifically what similar challenges that we face in our downtown that you've kind of seen in other places and you've been able to successfully, mitigate.
Yes, I actually reached out to some of my colleagues and spoke to a couple of route supervisors to find out other areas that were very similar. And I'm happy to say that, as Matt mentioned, we're definitely making a headway in this project that we've been working on for so long. And of course, building a strong relationship with the merchants, and so that the three of us are on the same page and understand each other. So definitely we have couple of ideas that how it can work, and like I mentioned to Matt and Nick, we're here to be your partners, and there was a merchant that mentioned that we are going to make this happen, and we're going to make it to where trash enclosures and trash looks pretty. So that's our goal, to work with
Imagine
everyone.
that.
Yes, I said I had never heard that, but I like it, so I will definitely say it. And I'm proud to say that Matt has been as well very responsive, and we've been working very closely.
Thank you. And, for what it's worth, the feedback that I've heard from the downtown merchants and the Mall Association has also been very positive in terms of working hand in hand with yourselves and with our staff, which we don't always hear. So that's definitely reassuring. And I did want to extend a thank you to you and to Republic for the philanthropy and the outreach and the investing in San Fernando during really the worst parts of the pandemic. You know, you guys didn't have to buy 3,000 meals. You know, you guys didn't have to do that. And so we do appreciate that. And sometimes it goes without saying, you know, especially when you're dealing with corporations, that people are a little suspicious or skeptical about what it really means to give back in the community. But I did want to recognize that, and I do encourage you to obviously, you know, continue. And I will also echo the sentiment of looking forward to a few more trees coming our way as well. All in all, I just have one more high level question. For enclosures in San Fernando Mall, is this something that can be done in 2021? Is this a 2022, 2023? I mean, what's your optimistic outlook? What is kind of reality?
Optimistic outlook would be probably breaking it into a couple of phases. So maybe we get half of it done this year. Maybe we start some of it towards the end of this year. Again, this is kind of the optimism side.
Sure.
I mean, I think it's doable. I know sometimes it takes a while to receive the funds.
Understood. You know, I'm just one of the proponents of that old construction idiom that you measure twice and you cut once, right? So the planning is definitely important, you know, especially with the mall merchants and so forth. So that's good to hear. And with that, I'll, you know, turn it over to Mayor Ballin. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Francella, for your. Is this better? Do I no longer have an echo?
Much better. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, everyone. I was having audio trouble. Now it seems both devices are working. Thank you, Francella, for this presentation, and of course for Republic's support for our community. Even the simple buying meals for staff is really helpful. Not only, of course, to contribute resources to our small businesses, but you're introducing the staff to the amazing restaurants and food available here all the time so that they can come back. So thank you so much for that. I'm really looking forward to this opportunity that Councilmember Montañez pointed out with the trees. I know in the past there's been conversations about finding resources to purchase trees, and of course we have excellent partners for trees, but the fact that this is an additional resource is really going to support us in adding more of that shading and healthy air to our community. My question is around not only implementing SB 1383, but also just supporting the city and looking forward with how we are doing waste disposal. I really am looking forward to hopefully establishing a food recovery program, and I was wondering what sort of support Republic could provide to do that.
A lot, to be honest with you. So I'm so excited about SB 1383 and organics. We do have already a couple of food recovery programs that we can mirror. We go first for food donation. So we have food finders. We have a partnership with them. We assisted in purchasing a truck for them as well, so that they can actually partner with some of these vendors, pick up, you know, for example, supermarkets where the bread or the vegetables are about to expire. They're able to go pick up from the stores and go find an organization, a nonprofit, or any other source of organization that is in need of this type of donation. So the first thing we do is food donations. And then from there, we go more into the food programs such as organics, compost, remove the organics from the customer, and then eventually send it back to the city as a compost giveaway in our quarterly events. So definitely it's something that we're going to be having a conversation with staff, and of course sharing with council as well. I'm always open for ideas for, you know, if you know nonprofits or you know who can benefit from this, please keep in mind, we love to be not just your vendor, but your partner. So however we can assist, feel free to reach with any ideas. And then of course, I'll talk it over with Nick and Matt, and we can all get together on how we can benefit the community with these upcoming mandates.
All right, thank you so much. I really look forward to partnering on that.
Likewise.
No further questions.
Vice Mayor? Thank you.
Thank you, Francella and Julian, for your presentation. It was great. And, I'm so excited about everything I've heard, all the input from all the council members, such great ideas, great minds at work here. And, I appreciate you keeping our city in compliance, which is very important. I don't know if we get fined if we're not in compliance, but I'm assuming that we do, right? So that's something that's very important for us to make sure we comply. Thank you for, investing in our community, for supporting our businesses, are helping us keep the city clean as best you can. We've had a lot of bulky items all over the city, especially during COVID, and it's been a difficult task to, because they're in every nook and cranny of our city, in our alleys and the streets, just all over. But, I know that we're working towards making that a better process for everyone. And, you're supporting our education, our children, our kids, the scholarships you're providing trees. Man, what more can we ask for? I don't know. I like your open communication. You're reachable. You're partnering with us as much as you can. I appreciate that. I don't know what other companies do, but I'm very pleased with what I've heard so far. And let me see here. I took a couple of notes, and I look forward to those trash enclosures for our mall. Thank you for meeting with them, and because the line of communication always has to be open. And if we don't have those discussions, whether good or bad, we won't know where things need to be fixed. So I just appreciate everything. I think everybody covered many of the things. I don't want to repeat anything else, but continue with that partnering with you.
Thank you.
You all did a great job tonight. Really appreciate it. And echoing what the vice mayor said, the council members are very engaged and asked some really great questions. And we all want success, especially when it comes to trash in the city. We want to look spectacular. And I want you to know that the bulky drop-off from day one, it has been a real hit. And people in the city really appreciate bulky drop-off. And the residents are very complimentary about your pickup schedule, the respectfulness that they get from your drivers, and the help they get from your drivers. And Julian, they like him too, okay? So Julian, nice job. I have a question for you. When we're having a really bad windy day, as you can tell, and when the trash cans blow over and the trash is like littering the street, do your drivers, when they come by, do they pick up those trash cans and then dump them? What happens to those trash cans that are blowing over due to the wind?
Yes, so our drivers really love the wind and the rain. Yes, definitely their job is to get out. That's an exception. So they definitely, it's still service day for them. So they do have to get off the truck in those instances, pick up the cart and have dump them and complete the service. I can't guarantee you that if they're still windy and there's going to be trash blowing everywhere, that they're going to go after it and pick it up. But for sure, we'll try to do the best possible they can do.
I appreciate that. And I had a question from a couple of, I'm going to call them super seniors. They're really concerned about the trash. I guess our low rules are that the trash is to be put out at sunset the day before. And I really feel strongly that we need to allow the trash cans to be put out at 4:30 in the fall when it's dark, with the time change. Because once it gets dark, our seniors are worried about falling. And the grandchildren make commitments like, oh, yes, Grandma, I'll be by to take out the trash cans. It doesn't happen. So I really would like us, and Nick, how are we going to handle this? I would really like us to have a set time for the fall and the summer months as far as putting out the trash cans here in the city. Now, I know we have a parking problem, but the trash cans still have to get out there in the street. So I'm not sure how we're going to address that. How can we change this, Nick? I think this is more of a Nick question.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's in our ordinance right now that it's sunrise to sunset, or vice versa. Sorry, sunset the night before.
Okay.
If it's, you know, from an enforcement standpoint, obviously a certain time is always easier because, you know, you can argue what time sunset is. So, I mean, if there were a desire to make it 4:30, you know, I think, again, from an enforcement standpoint, that's easy. I don't know, I would be interested from public standpoint what they see in other cities, if it's always sunset or if some cities do have set times. But beyond that, it's just a matter of updating our municipal code.
If you don't mind, it's really up to each
Okay.
city. It doesn't really
Go
affect us on the time, but Mayor Ballin, I also wanted to mention to you, for those super VIP seniors you have, you can also remind them that we do have a free curbside available for them, which means that if for some reason they have some issues taking these carts out, they're too heavy for them, all they need to do is call our 800 number, and we'll put them on a list where, as long as they're giving us permission, our driver will go into their whatever their camps are. Usually they'll set them to the side, and our drivers will take them out for service in the morning. And then the last driver will put all 3 of them back in. So we do have service available for seniors. It's free. There's no cost. All they need to do is call our 800 number. If you want, Nick, I can put together a little social media post, and it can be on the city's website as well, on our social media, just to remind of this free service to our seniors.
That sounds really good. But Nick, along with that, which I'm really grateful for that, I really would like to for you to come back and let's have a set time instead of saying sunset. Sunset is what to you and what to me. It depends on, you know, we all look at it very differently.
Yeah, sure. As long as the, you know, if I don't hear any objection from any of the council members, we can certainly, I'll have Public Works Department look at that ordinance. We can certainly update it. I don't think it's, you know, again, from an enforcement standpoint, a set time is much easier, you know, than, and probably even from a messaging standpoint. So.
Okay, is there an objection from any other council member? If not, that will be the direction for the city manager. Hearing none, that's your direction. Thank you very much for the presentation. We all very appreciate it.
Oh, you're on mute there, Ancella.
Thank all of you for your time and for allowing us to present tonight. Thank you.
Okay, now we are on item 8, presentation and discussion of citywide parking management master plan project. Nick Kimball?
We'll send this over to Deputy Manager. Is Vice Mayor? Did you have
we're going to take a short break. 9:15.
Oh, that's right. Can we take a short break, maybe 5 minutes? What do you think? Okay, we're going to just take a 5-minute break.
So if everyone, while we break, if everyone can mute, make sure you mute yourself. And Julia, please share that screen that says we're on a break, or the pencil.
It's 9:15. That's right. Can we take a short break, maybe 5 minutes? What do you think?
I think the new the 3 consultants that were just let in, make sure you're on mute. I think you're on.
Like in a twilight zone.
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
How's the baby, Tim? It's Catherine.
Hi, Catherine. You're still live, so we can probably hold the chatter until another time.
Okay, Mayor, it's been about 5 minutes. If you want to.
Do we have 3 council members online?
So Rodriguez is here.
Okay, so now we are on item 8. Presentation and discussion of the citywide parking management master plan project.
Yes, thank you.
City manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I will pass it over to Deputy City Manager Tim Howe, who will lead the presentation. And we have staff from KOA, who are the consultants that are conducting the study.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members. Really excited to be at this stage of the project and provide an overview and a sneak peek at what's next with this important study that we're working on. Just as some background, really, this project started a couple of years ago when the city won a grant from SCAG for their Sustainable Communities program to look at parking management, pricing, and we were able to have fully funded this citywide parking management master plan. We went through a selection process, and from that process, the cream of the crop was this project team led by KOA. And so without further ado, they have a quick presentation they'll walk through with you. And I'd just like to quickly introduce Brian Marchetti from KOA, Catherine Padilla and Thelma Herrera from Catherine Padilla Associates, and Janice Rhodes from JR Parking Consultant. And team, you can share screen with your presentation now.
Let me make sure that's working. Are you seeing a title slide?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, thank you, Tim, and good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. We're going to give you an overview today of our efforts on the citywide parking management master plan. Now, our team members are made up of KOA, led by me, Brian Marchetti, the project manager. KOA is a planning and engineering firm located in Monterey Park, local to Los Angeles County. We also have Catherine Padilla and Associates on our team, focusing on the outreach, the messaging, the communications on the project, and Catherine will give you an overview of our recent and upcoming outreach efforts on the project. JR Parking Consultants, Janice is here this evening if we have any technical questions on parking solutions and potential changes in pricing. She is here as well. National Data and Surveying Services are starting work this week on the project for us. They are the personnel provider for doing this large data collection that we need to do to collect data throughout the city, both in the residential, commercial, and the industrial areas as well. Every roadway in the city, they're helping us to staff the data collection. So the objectives and the community benefits of this project, we're engaging community members and stakeholders. We're doing a problem-solving exercise. We're not working in a vacuum. We are working with the stakeholders, with the commissions, and talking to the council this evening to get ideas on this project, provide input, and update you as we move forward. One of the goals of the project is to stimulate local economies. This was a goal of the project before the current COVID restrictions on economic activity. That remains a goal of the project. Revitalizing commercial districts where that's possible to make parking and land use work better, so they support each other in a better way. We're putting in the findings from the recent corridor specific plan effort that the city went through. I believe that was 2017. So there is land use data and projections and goals in there that will become part of this project as well. Part of the project is positioning the city to benefit from transit-oriented development. when the Metro East San Fernando Valley Light Rail project comes to the city and provides a station in the downtown area. We're doing pre-planning for that coming to the city, both in terms of the benefits of that and the potential impacts that could cause to parking supplies. But overall, we're looking to do focused, holistic parking solutions. We're looking at block level data as we go through this and stakeholder input. We're mapping all that input that we're receiving. But this is a community-wide plan. The city-wide effects and benefits have to be part of this plan. Now, this is our project study area. It's the entire city, every roadway within the city limits. We also have some of these light blue lines, which are the major roadways in the city: Maclay, Glen Oaks, Truman, San Fernando Road, the pair of roadways in the downtown, San Fernando Mission Boulevard, Brand Boulevard. Those are major roadway corridors where we're going to be looking at both on-street parking and the off-street parking for adjacent commercial businesses to see how those work together. And then all of the residential roadways in the city will be included. What we're doing is collecting data for 2 weekday periods, a midday and an evening. We're also collecting Saturday and Sunday midday data and doing a general review of parking and demand for the on-street areas and also the off-street areas, which are basically the parking lots in the downtown area and those other parking lots adjacent to those major roadway corridors. So that is our study area, and those are the timeframes that we're looking at for the study. The scope of the analysis, all of those areas I spoke of, that is our study area. We're covering the data for a 1 week period, basically starting this week for those 4 time periods. We're also going to be looking at future land use effects, including, as you know, the impacts of second units in neighborhoods, the regional housing needs assessment. There's a potential there for 1,791 new units coming into the city. So we will look at the potential impacts of not only existing development, but the impacts of that future development on the city. We're going to be looking at trends, patterns. We're going to conglomerate data, as we like to say, putting data into blocks, into neighborhoods, into districts, seeing how those areas work as neighborhoods and as districts. And it's not always just how that parking space operates in that one area, but how everything works together within a walking distance of centers and neighborhoods. We'll look into management and pricing recommendations. We're not assuming that pricing will change or that there'd be more pricing or that pricing is even appropriate. But that's one of the tools that we can look at is both parking management, which is the regulation side, and then pricing, which is either meters, pay stations, or other methods to better regulate parking demand. In the end, there'll be the parking management master plan document that'll get presented to the Transportation Safety Commission and the City Council. But we have many opportunities for stakeholders and decision makers to get involved along the way. We still have public meetings. We still have some additional stakeholder meetings to get through. So we're just a little ways into this project, just getting going on the data collection. Catherine from KPA will cover our outreach efforts on the project.
An overview of the schedule is the reason this is important, just to back up a little bit, is that you'll see an overview of the technical task, but what's important as we go through this is to recognize that each of these technical tasks, you'll see an outreach schedule of activities associated with it, not only public information, but also public input opportunities. So in January through March, we'll conduct the parking utilization study, and that's what Brian was describing. And then we'll be defining the special district requirements and then public outreach in conjunction with this. In spring 2021, we began looking at the parking meter pricing, and then from that we'll develop the parking management master plan. But be aware on the next slide, please, Brian, you'll see that some of the outreach activities that support this. So we began by with the public information. Recognize there's different aspects of this. It begins with public information, putting our communication tools in place. That means the website becomes available, that we develop an interactive map for it. It's part of the website where people can log in and provide their comments and questions, and subscribe for updates. We also provided public information, and that was frequently asked questions. So there is a fact sheet or FAQs where people can collect information or learn about the study. Again, it's posted on the website. And we also provided content for citywide e-blasts and social media messages. And we'll go on to the next slide. Another aspect of this is the engagement activities, where we actually hear from the public what their preliminary concerns are. And we conducted 7 presentations to commissions and associations. The commissions were the Parks, Wellness and Recreation Commission, the Education Commission, and the Transportation Safety Commission. And then we also did presentations. Again, it was to inform the public, but also to hear from the public. And so we heard from the business neighborhood watch example, and a lot of those comments were collected. And then we held stakeholder interviews in October, 2 different virtual small group discussions with questions and answers. But we had already started hearing some of the concerns in the presentations, because overall we were 113 comments, and we were able to then, through the stakeholder interviews, receive more confirmation. So let's go to the next slide. So just to give you an idea of the project, we developed a public process diagram. You'll see at the bottom of the diagram.
You can't really see any of that, honestly. The font is very, very small.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just to give you an idea of what's presented on this diagram, is across the top is the expected outcomes from each of the input opportunities. So you'll see the first, what's coming up in February, March would be the virtual community meeting #1. Recall that what we've done so far is collect some preliminary information that would coincide with what we would call the existing conditions analysis. And then from that, we can test some of those preliminary ideas that we heard, and also start introducing some of the toolbox parking studies. So that would be the content for the first community meeting #1, the virtual community meeting. And then to support that public information portion, marketing research or marketing communication portion would be a press release, social media messages, and newspaper ads, so that people know that they have this opportunity. Then we'll go into, after that, we'll do another feedback loop with stakeholder interviews and begin discussing the special district parking, and learn more about what some of the attitudes, concerns may be in that focus group. And then from that, we'll go on to an online survey where we can collect more information about parking potential solutions, and then present again to commissions and briefings. And then again, if you see the last feedback loop, that would be community meeting #2. And that's where we begin introducing the preliminary recommendations and data presentation. There are several feedback loops. In each case, there's also marketing communications that supports that, and that's what you're seeing at the bottom of the page, if you can see it. So we talked about the website. You'll see the address at the bottom, how you can connect. We have sent out an e-blast encouraging all city members, working with the city, by the way, communication channels, encourage the city residents to learn more about it, to go to the website and to sign in. And we have gotten comments. I think so far we received 8 comments. It's not what we had hoped for, but keep in mind that if you look at the push, the call to action, that would be the community meeting that's coming up. So if you have any questions or comments, I think we're
Councilmember
ready to
Montanez.
answer.
Thank you for that presentation. So Brian, can you walk us through the data collection again? You said that it's gonna be a 1-week process. You go out and you look at 4 different time periods. Is that correct?
Right. Yeah, we don't have the resources on this project to capture every hour of the day for sometimes you do a 7-day study. So we're capturing snapshots. So we're doing one of the time periods is weekday from noon to 3, middle of the day, trying to capture as much commercial activity as we can. We know it's diminished right now, along with midday residential demand, and then there's an evening period as well for weekday, from about 5 to 9, focusing on the residential areas later in that period to capture the time when everyone's come home. We know a lot of people aren't commuting, but when everyone's home for the evening. And then Saturday and Sunday, midday. I should take that back. Saturday is 12 to 3 in the afternoon. Sunday is 9 to 12 to capture the overlap with church activities.
Okay, and does that happen at every site where you go and you look at these 4 different time periods or areas? I guess you're looking at certain areas, right?
Yeah, so we're looking at every roadway, every public parking lot in the city, and those commercial parking lots. Everything will get covered once for each of those time periods within a week period, and over 2 weekends.
Okay.
So yeah.
So how are you going to adjust for the COVID reality on utilization rates?
Sure. Yeah, we've and Tim and the team we've talked about this in some detail. We're gonna look into ways to show more reality in the data. I was out in the city downtown on Saturday looking around. I know the parking lots are maybe 10%, maybe 25% full, and that's probably closer to the 10% range. So there's activity in the downtown on the main street. But a lot of those could be employee parking. So and the data collection is not just the only thing we're looking at. Obviously, we're looking at the stakeholder input. At the workshops, we'll get into detail on maps and getting comments. But we're going to look into ways to factor up the data that we're getting for the commercial areas, either through sales tax data comparisons, parking citation comparisons, just some way to kind of compare the activity and factor the data up. But also we'll also have a lot of input on parking hotspots where things are occurring, so that'll be part of the data set as well from the public input.
Okay, so, I mean, I'd like to get the greater clarity on that because I'm really concerned with underutilization rates in the downtown. Our downtown in particular is highly impacted because as you look at the types of businesses, the majority of those businesses relate to some type of family gathering. weddings, quinceañeras,
Sure.
flower shops. So the types of businesses that are heavily impacted, right? San Fernando, people are not coming in to shop as much as they were because we can't get together and have, you know, these family activities. So that's one that I really think I would like a better response to that, to see like how we actually address for that, what I think will be significant parking underutilization rates right now, if we go out and we do this like during the COVID period. On the residential side, you may have an uptick because of work from home and some
Yes.
flexibility, but we have a lot of essential workers, high essential workers. So we still continue to have people going to work. Construction trucks that you may not see during the day come back, and they come back, 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night is kind of what we see. So we don't have a typical people start getting home from 5 to 9 in the city. So maybe there's the abilities to adjust that as well to more appropriately reflect work patterns in the city. So there might be, I'm concerned again that the numbers right now, because COVID has had such a severe impact on residents and businesses, that if we don't go through properly defining some type of, quote unquote, COVID utilization like approach on parking, like that we may either underestimate or overestimate in key areas.
Right. Yeah, and we understand that we're not in the data analysis process yet, so we're collecting the data because we need to get that done for the project schedule. So we are going to be looking at those types of data that I discussed, the sales tax data. We're going to see how much we can break that down by types of business so that we can factor up the demand in those areas and show a more realistic picture. And from stakeholder input and city input, we'll know kind of what things used to look like pre-COVID and factor that in. And yeah, the residential areas, we're focusing those surveys more toward the evening time. We have that long time range, but we're gonna focus the residential surveys toward the evening. We don't want to be wandering around neighborhoods at midnight collecting data. That's just probably not the most prudent thing to be doing. But we are going into the mid evening to try to catch that time when people are coming home. So the overall data strategy to factor up this demand to show some normalcy in the data is under development, and we can report back as we go further. But those are some of the factors that we're going to put into this.
So what determines when you have to go out and start looking at the data collection? Can we push it back to a time where, maybe some of the county restrictions right now, even on restaurants, right? Restaurants are not taking people in. We go in and we literally park outside for 5 minutes. We pick up our food and we leave. So how do you account for that?
Right. And
you have to, and then again, do you have to go out? You said you wanted to get the data collection done in January. Do we have to do this in January?
There are project schedules we need to keep to, so we are collecting the data. We postponed a data collection that was going to be last spring, I believe, or maybe in fall, due to COVID restrictions. We've extended the project schedule out, but we know that there's still restrictions going on. So I mean, there's never a perfect time to conduct a parking study. Obviously, these are unique circumstances going on, but we plan on overlaying that factoring of data based on data that shows normalcy, factor the demand up to show what real demand is under normal times, and then also overlay that all with stakeholder input, public input, to show those areas of large activity, so that we can focus on those areas and put the proper management tools to put that into effect for the future. But that is the project schedule that we're implementing.
And if I may for a second, council member, Tim, maybe you can take, so the project schedule actually isn't dictated by the city. It's actually dictated by the grant. So maybe Tim, if you can just spend a few seconds or a few minutes talking about the project schedule and sort of the grant parameters through SCAG, because SCAG is really the granting. They are sort of the lead agency as with this grant. So Tim, if you can just spend a second.
Thank you, Councilmember Montañez. It's an excellent question, and it's really why we're here today, because we actually kicked off. We have the sort of the dubious distinction of kicking this project off in the second week of March of 2020, and if you'll recall, that's when the world changed. Because we were initially anticipating data collection to occur within weeks of project kickoff, but obviously because of the shutdown, we delayed that. We delayed that to the fall with hopes that things would, that the economic sectors would reopen. That obviously didn't occur. And so we wanted to have as real of a data set as possible without having to account for adjustment factors and things like that, to be able to try to account for something that would approximate reality. We wanted reality. We didn't want to have to approximate reality. Unfortunately, our funding sources, so SCAG, and ultimately the funding source is a state, is state money. They have compelled us to move along and have the vast majority of the project work completed this fiscal year due to the funding set to sunset. And so as a result of that, we're moving forward, and it's not what we all hoped. We wanted to be able to have real data versus having to approximate, pre-COVID or post-COVID, sense of normalcy. Unfortunately, we won't have that perfect opportunity to be able to accomplish that.
Okay, so this is a big concern that I have, because we're going at a time when it's probably among the worst time, where people have been told that you can't open up your restaurants for outdoor dining, you can't go outside and congregate, you can't even see friends or relatives. At least before, you were able to go do some of this stuff. You can't do any of that anymore. Businesses are shutting down. They don't have as many hours that they're working anymore. You don't see them opening their doors the way that they used to. So I'm just really concerned, and I think we really need to spend more time looking at, how we truly go out and get data that's going to be respected by this community and accepted. And I think right now, if we go out and we do it next week or the week after that, if we're going to get it done in January, there's going to be the ability for us to stand by our data may be questioned. I think it would be great to talk to SCAG to see if they would give us a little bit more time, given the pandemic. It's a global pandemic. No one expected this. Can they give us a little bit more time to actually be able to get accurate numbers? Have you had any interventions anywhere with I mean, SCAG seems like a relatively easier funding source to work with. They have a lot of control over their resources and really strong relationships with state agencies that fund their planning work.
Yeah, Tim and the team, we've had discussions with SCAG and recently updated our project schedule and the funding schedule to try to make this all work. The months are coming up on the grant that was applied for by the city, so that is an issue on this project.
So I think looking at an extension or giving us more time is probably the smartest thing for us to do, because again, we're going to be completely, I mean, when you're underestimating potentially by 80%, on just the numbers, it just throws off like how much parking we really need. So, okay, I mean, I really strongly encourage us to talk to SCAG, see if we can get additional time, and then look at a different time to actually go do the data collection. The concern obviously will be, you know, do we have enough parking in the downtown or major commercial corridors? And then in the residential areas, you know, are we estimating properly? Because it's a combination of people being able to work from home, but then some of it is still essential workers, and it's really hard to tell, you know, how it compares to before, because we don't know exactly how many essential workers or people working from home are in every single household. So some block may have completely different stats, right, than another block, just based on, you know, the jobs, really the employment trends in certain communities versus others, or, you know, within the city of San Fernando. Okay, so I have these concerns with data, and I think we need to have, you know, stronger answers to how we have accurate data collection, because that's really what it boils down to, is just having really strong data and being able to collect, you know, accurate information. The other question is, can you spell out with more detail what findings in the quarters plan you're looking at? So an assumption you said was there could be the potential for 1,791 new units, right? Is that from the quarters plan, or is that from?
That's the regional housing needs assessment.
RENA numbers. Okay, so those are the RENA numbers. So how much is estimate, like what findings do you look at when you're looking at the quarter specific plan? What numbers are you using there?
Yeah, and there will be two different scenarios when we get to that point. One is kind of the near term need. The stakeholders, especially the business owners and the business interests in the downtown area, have expressed that, yeah, there's a lot of near term development that they'd like to see, that they feel is coming up. So we're going to be putting in some extra demand on this once we get a good baseline, once we figure out how to get a good baseline set of data, what near-term uses would be coming into the downtown, and put that demand on top of it. But from the corridors plan, we're looking at the land use that's been projected for the long term in those areas, because that's mainly a land use exercise with some other elements as part of it. So we're looking at intensification of uses in those corridors and what that means for parking, with some assumptions on shared parking, use of public parking lots, how much of their off-street parking they'll be using. So we're taking the land use from that for the long-term projection to see what extra demand would be generated by those long-term developments.
Okay, so I'd like to get maybe just a written document on those findings and assumptions, right? They weren't included in the PowerPoint presentation, but if you can send to the City Council more details on those types of findings and assumptions, so that we can more clearly understand them.
We can summarize in detail the scope of work that we have established for the project, but we haven't analyzed that data at this point because we're looking at existing conditions. But we can talk about what we will do with that data when we get to that point in the project. We can provide that to you.
Okay, yeah, and then what is even existing conditions? Because again, I keep going back to, we want to make sure that existing conditions don't reflect COVID, but they're a pre-COVID, or, I mean, that's what's so difficult about this, right? Is it really the pre-COVID? Was it where we were in February of 2020? Or, you know, was it sometime before that? So, so I'd like to understand that. I think just again, the baseline data that we're looking at, the COVID assumptions, the assumptions and the specifics on which parts of all of our plans you're looking at, so we at least have some idea of, you know, what the assumptions and
on the COVID restriction side, the current conditions, we'll put together more information on the viability of factoring the data based on other variables we can use.
Okay, that's great. You know, like when you say capturing the full benefits of the transit-oriented development, like I'd like to understand really what that means in terms of the numbers. So I appreciate that. Thank you for you know, working on getting us that additional information. And then like the last, I mean, on public outreach, we got it. We have to do the public outreach. It's got to be stronger. I know it's hard with COVID. We all know that, but I think that this is when, you know, what we're seeing, that the traditional outreach isn't working. This putting things up on the website, sending things out through social, it still isn't getting people to be as responsive. So if we could actually spend a little bit more time thinking through how we actually get people to respond. Right? 8 comments right now on the website is really low on a topic that a lot of people have opinions on. You know, every time that we talk to residents or businesses, people have very strong opinions. I think that the 117 or 13 comments is also, it's positive, but I think we really need to focus in more on public outreach, and I'd like to be able to see a stronger emphasis on getting the public, residents and businesses engaged. I don't know how active the advisor or stakeholder committees are, but I really would like to see a stronger outreach plan so that we have more engagement on this. It's going to do us a lot of good, because this is probably one of the topics that both businesses and residents have very strong opinions about.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Pacheco.
Thank you, Mayor Bellin, and thank you for this presentation. This is an issue that I usually get very animated about and excited about. Unfortunately, you know, it's 10 p.m. at night, so I will try to keep my comments brief. Obviously, you all are professionals, and this is why we hired you. So we all are all aware that collecting data during this time is going to be challenging. And I think we are all aware of the issues that will arise with trying to game out these scenarios during these times. Can you just remind me here? So are these blue lines and the red lines all being studied? Is it just the blue lines, or?
Yes, I first highlighted the blue lines because those are the major arterial collector roadways in the city, but also everything else, the collector, the smaller roadways, the residential roadways. So every bit of on-street parking in the city will be included, plus the downtown.
Understood. Okay. Well, you know, I went to school in Westwood, where Professor Shoup was a bit of a legend. You know,
Yes.
Shoup Dog, and you know, one of his key you know, platforms, I guess you could say, was that cities in general do not adequately value their parking. And so, you know, initial high level to you all, do you think that San Fernando or most cities in LA County are undervaluing their parking?
Yeah, and that's the major point of his research. If you've read it, it's the high cost of free parking was one of his major works. But there's always externalities in traffic and parking that aren't really captured. It's the cost of providing that space. You know, how often does it turn over during the day, or is an employee parking in that spot that could be better used for customers? It's those kind of things. Then looking at if you do provide more supply in the future, what's that going to cost? Because going vertical is expensive. That's why you have parking lots. You have one small structure, but this is the more inexpensive way to provide that parking. All that has to be considered. So if you can get a space to turn over more during the day in front of a business and provide, you know, better access for customers in front of restaurants, etc. It's either through parking regulation, time limits are one typical way, but also pricing that parking is one way to do it. But you don't want to price people out of wanting to come to the downtown So there has to be some
Yeah, it's
sensitivities
very
to it.
tricky. I'm of the mind that, we should give a certain amount of free parking, for visitors, like, I don't know, 60 minutes, 90 minutes.
It's an
And then at
incentive,
that
yeah.
point, you begin to charge. Also, I do share concerns about the outreach because my expectation is that, we are going to start charging more for various parking. And people are going to be upset about that. For the businesses, are there generally recommendations you make for businesses in terms of like month-long parking, yearly parking, that they're not necessarily battling with, their clientele and their customers that show up? Or are they often kind of lumped into, kind of having to fend for themselves in terms of their own parking as well?
But no, that issue does need to be looked at in detail. It's where employees and the business owners parking versus where the customers can go. Because obviously, when I went there on a Saturday, all the employees are parking on the street because
Right, yeah.
it's totally available, and there's just not a lot of demand right now pushing people into the parking lots. But when demand comes back to it, its normal extent, you want those long-term parkers parking farther out. And then the short-term parkers, which are the people picking up a wedding dress, picking up food, going into a restaurant, going into in the shopping areas. You want them to be able to park closer, and that supports the business. So that's either through regulation or pricing can do that. That it's higher and higher priced as you come in toward the center, but you still want to support the businesses, and people will add up in their heads how much is it going to cost for me to park and go to that business when I can go somewhere else and park for free. So yeah, that has to be considered.
Totally. And I'm there with you on that. Top of mind to you guys and perhaps to our own staff, this question. What was your sense of the community feedback around areas like between 1st Street and 5th Street, northwest of Maclay? We have high density apartments there and so forth.
Right.
I know we do have a little bit of permit parking in there as well, but I
Right.
mean, do you remember any kind of specific community feedback about, residents like really kind of being fed up? Because, that's definitely what I hear.
Yeah, those areas stick in my head, and we've been mapping these as we go. I don't have that map in the presentation today, but I do remember 1st Street corridor, a few blocks north. There are a lot of concerns. There's special concerns kind of at that northwest side of the city as you get in towards city of LA, that there's a perception that there's a lot of demand and density coming from city of LA, and that's coming in for at least a couple blocks into the city.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of intense kind of demands put on these streets, all the way up toward Glen Oaks, even 5th Street and Glen Oaks. Just the intensity of parking, overnight parking, people kind of running businesses out of their houses now for construction and contracting with those types of vehicles on the street. So we did hear a lot of that, and we talked about the existing permit districts and their form and function, and how those may operate better or be expanded. So we did get into pretty good detail on residential areas where the stakeholders had comments.
Excellent. And in your preliminary estimation, would you expect that these residential permit areas are probably going to have to expand?
That is a very typical tool for residential parking demand, because you're not gonna price it in a residential area, and you're not gonna put up time limits necessarily. That can work toward as you get toward the commercial area, you could potentially have time limits during the day to have that work better in the day.
Or could there be a mix, like a 2-hour parking except with permit? They have all throughout Beverly Hills and
you can
K-Town and
overlap.
everything.
You can overlap that, right?
Okay, I'm just really just trying to see, as long as everything's on the table, and I know we're gonna have some tough decisions and some tough conversations with the residents, because like we kind of already mentioned, there is a really high cost of free parking, and if we're trying to mitigate some of these issues, prices are going to be going up. So thank you for that. And I will definitely follow up with you all after tonight. I'm curious to see some more maps, etc. But I'll leave it there for now in the interest of time. Thank you, Mayor Bowen.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us this late evening. I was really excited to see in the staff report that there was going to be a process to account for the difference in utilization. But from this conversation, it's also not clear to me that the methodology has actually been confirmed, how that would happen. I think because you all have already stated that the process was delayed from the spring, I'm now curious if it was delayed because we knew that things were shut down the same way they're shut down again now, why we're proceeding. And I know that was going to be my question, is when did the grant funds need to be expended by? I don't think I heard a specific date, but I'm assuming it's this fiscal year.
Right. Tim, do we want to provide an update on that in more detail, or do you want to talk about that at some level now?
Sure, I'm happy to provide a little bit more color on that for the benefit of the council. So like I mentioned previously, the funds are provided via SCAG, the Regional Planning Agency, but the origination of the funds is actually from the state of California. And the SCAG was notified by the state that those funds needed to be expended. So they contacted the project team, contacted city staff, and we had the very similar reaction to what some of the council members had expressed today, which is we want to extend this. We want an extension in time to be able to do this as perfectly as possible. That was the response that we got from SCAG and that they got from the state was that's not going to be possible. In fact, their desire was for the project to be frankly completed by the end of next month. And because that's really when their funding sunsets. And what SCAG has actually offered and it will be providing is they'll be providing the remaining balance of the funding for the remaining portion of the study that's going to be happening thereafter. So their best offer was that they would pay for the remaining cost of the project so long as a majority, more than 50% of the project costs were completed by the conclusion of February 2021.
Got it. And it's really great, right, that any of this work that's done is funded through grants and through partnerships. So I think that's fantastic. I think in addition to the concerns about not being able to survey the utilization rates, there's also, we all want robust public outreach, and we all know the challenges that right now brings with that effort. And I have my concerns with proceeding, but I hear you loud and clear, and this is an opportunity that we've been granted that we can move forward on. I think if you all, Nick and Tim, like you're comfortable with us being able to make parking decisions after this is completed without any, hesitation about it not having been done at the right time, then I defer to you, you all as the experts to help guide that conversation in the future.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
If it would benefit the council, I would just pose one way to look at this. A number of the recommendations, and if we want to separate out a couple components, one being the residential component, which I think we're going to, the data collected will be pretty robust for reasons we obviously didn't anticipate. But certainly you don't have sort of the disparate element that you will see, and that was discussed earlier in potentially some of the commercial areas. The recommendations that we get for the residential areas, a number of these are going to be what we call best management practices. And so a lot of that may be sort of data independent because we know we have parking impacted areas. The question will be how much. However, the solutions might not actually change that much given, what the relative volumes are. So I think that information is helpful moving forward. It's certainly, it's certainly subject to everybody's interpretation, what the data ultimately says about some of the other areas, the commercial areas, and then what the corresponding recommendations are to implement some management practices and best management. What I wouldn't say is, we don't want to complete a project. We don't want to complete a study because I think there's tremendous value in completing the study, getting recommendations, getting pricing recommendations, getting program recommendations, and a lot of that we hopefully can move forward with implementing, especially in the residential neighborhoods. With the commercial component, having the study completed puts us probably in a more advantageous position to when, and frankly, I mean, none of us know yet what will be normal, when normal will resume and what that might look like. A pessimist would say that might not be in 2021. So at that time, there's certainly an opportunity for the community to revisit that as a potential follow-up project to say, hey, we did this study, we want to come back and revisit this and collect new data now that the COVID pandemic has passed. But I think we'll be in a more advantageous position if we have the project completed at this point and we're building on it versus any potential for kind of halting this at this point.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. And just by the way, my apologies. I have my computer completely locked up, and it took me. I had to do a hard reboot, so I missed some of the comments earlier. But I do think to your point, Councilmember Rodriguez, there are certain because of restrictions. It's a shame we don't want to flush a large amount of money of grant funds down the toilet for no reason. Not for no reason, but obviously because of timing issues. There always could be an opportunity to what Tim had said, to supplement some data collection, maybe over the summer or when something does, when there is some sense of normalcy, maybe in the commercial areas, there could be some supplemental data collection that would build upon some of the best management practices that would also be kind of put into, that could be recommended again, regardless of data collection. So, maybe this gets us 75% of the way there. And then if there's a supplemental that's needed when things return, then there's 25% left. Obviously that would be on the city's, at the city's expense potentially, unless we found another grant. But that expense, the 25% expense is much cheaper than the 75% expense. So there is, I think to what Tim's saying, there is definitely some value in completing the study. Is it perfect? No way, not at all. Are there things that we'll need to potentially supplement in a few months? Most definitely. But I think that's kind of the general feeling. It's unfortunate. Again, so many projects and things got caught up in this COVID, and sometimes the timing with grant funding is more rigid than we would like it to be. And so we're kind of between a rock and a hard place, or unfortunately, or between a virus and a vaccine, if you will. So I appreciate Tim's comment.
Do you have any more questions, Councilmember Rodriguez?
No.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Tim and everyone.
Vice Mayor, do you have questions?
Yes, well, comments and some questions, yes. I appreciate the presentation that you've provided, and I can say that it seems we all agree that, and we're concerned about the timing of the parking study. It's something that's so important for our community, and we've been really looking forward to this. That was something that was started in 2018, and we approved it early on March 2019 that we started on that. And I appreciate all the efforts that you're making and working with staff to complete the study. The study started because we had a lot of residents complaining about the parking, and very valid complaints. And how do we address these issues? What do we do? So we had this opportunity of a parking study and a grant, and it was an exciting time for us. And then COVID hit, but residents are really struggling, and I'm not leaving out the businesses because they're just as important, but that's how it started. It started because they had no place to park. I have, residents call me, they have to park several blocks away to get to their home. They get home and they have groceries and have to park, like down the street, down the block. They have people from 2 blocks down parking in front of their homes. We've got the construction vehicles, especially right now in COVID, that are taking up a lot of space in our residential area. The other one is the auto shops. And I know some of this information has been relayed to you because I've been speaking with staff about this. ADUs being approved, we're required to approve them without any parking requirements, and that's adding to it. So it's one of the things that I hope that you take into consideration when doing the study, because there's more ADUs coming. What are we going to do? I don't know if changing to a 7-day data collection, or how we can address that. I don't know if it's going to make a difference, especially in our situation with COVID and everybody being home. It's just an exasperated situation for us. I think outreach is very important. I'm a strong proponent for outreach, and whatever way we can assist. I know that you work with staff in ensuring that the word gets out to our residents, to our businesses, and that they all have an opportunity to have a voice in this process. Sometimes there's some that are silent and we don't hear from them, and they're the ones that are, a lot of times they're the ones that are struggling, as quite a bit. Unfortunately, this study's not going to be reflective for the business area based on our, due to the COVID and businesses being closed most of the time. But it will be, I think in the residential area, it'll be something that where everybody's home, and that's their situation on the weekend. Everybody's home and there's no parking. We have another area that we have residents from Silmar park in the San Fernando area. I don't know if that was brought to your attention, especially over there on 8th Street and Hubbard. They're having difficulty with that. And I think that was part of the parking permits that that came up, that area. Let me see. And, if I would love for us to revisit this as soon as we can, once the pandemic is over, with supplemental data collection. I think that's a important thing to see, and so that the business area and commercial area have more information. We can make more informed decisions as it relates to those areas in our city. That's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I concur with all of the council members. I know that this is a receive and file, but the council members all made different requests. And I know, Nick, that you had to get back on, but I'm hoping that you will look at this portion of the presentation, and you and Tim can get together and respond to the council members that these are the areas that each of them have asked that we look into. So I won't put you on the hot seat right now and say, okay, what do you feel is the direction we're giving you? I'd like to give you the opportunity, in light of what we're going through with the winds and all, to just look at this portion of the presentation, and then maybe you could, not maybe, but would you email all the council members with the direction that we have all asked for, just some follow-up information that we would like.
Yeah, we will do.
Okay, thank you very
Like,
much. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Sorry, my hand was raised. Is one last question.
I can't see hands raised because
Yeah,
of my,
sorry.
yeah.
Okay, Cindy. So one last question: is it possible to move forward with the residential analysis and still comply with the funding timelines that have been articulated?
Yeah, so I think that's one of the things I want to make sure we kind of do a little more data gathering or information gathering on. Maybe there's some slight maybe we look at this a little differently based on what, you know, where we are right now. So I get what you're saying. Maybe we focus more on the residential piece, because that may be more accurate. So let me discuss with Tim and the rest of the team, and then we can get back, you know, a memo to council on. But I think we heard loud and clear, you know, some of the direction regarding our concerns about the data and maybe how we best move forward, understanding the constraints, and make this at least a mostly useful document.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, and thank you for the presentation. I absolutely appreciate it. Very informative, and the timing couldn't be more unfortunate, but we're going to make it work. And now we are on item number 9. Now let me see. Oh yes, item number 9, consideration to award a professional services agreement to Moore for the design of the Lane Park redevelopment. Presentation, I absolutely. Pardon me?
Thank you, Mayor. We had a little feedback from one of the one of the people signing on.
Oh, okay.
But I will. It's like when you used to call into to like K-Rock, and they would always tell you to turn down your radio because there's a delay. That's the new. Yes. This is like the delay on YouTube is the calling into the radio of 2021.
Kevin and Bean show.
Yeah, right, exactly. So I believe Julian is on. I'm going to pass this over to Julian to give a really quick presentation, just basically an update from last week, from the last meetings, the feedback we got from last meeting, and then there are a few staff members from the proposed group that can answer any questions if there are any direct questions. So go ahead, Julian.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Rather than go through the whole report again, I would like to address the items of concern that were brought up at the last council meeting. So I will start with the best presentation regarding those concerns. Okay, with me, we have Evan Matters, Principal and Director of Landscape Architect with MIT, and Oscar Johnson, Landscape Architect with MIT. They'll help out with the presentation later on. So the items of discussion will go with the CEQA compliance, site parking, artificial turf concerns, environmental features, and community engagement. Those were the main items brought up at the last meeting. Regarding the CEQA compliance with the city complied with the CEQA requirements for filing a notice of exception based on the guidelines outlined in section 15301, existing facilities, which was class 1, and section 15302, replacement and reconstruction of existing structures of facilities, and that was class 2. Oh, sorry about that. Let me get back. Okay, Class 1 exempts a project when the operation, repair, maintenance, permitting, leasing, licensing, and minor alteration of existing public or private structures, facilities, mechanical equipment, and topical features involve negligible or no expansion of existing or former use. Class 2 exempts a project that allows replacement or reconstruction of existing structures and facilities or new structures that will be located on the same site as a structure being replaced that have substantially no or same purpose in capacity of the structure being replaced. So that was the basis for filing a notice of exception for the Lane Park project. Regarding site parking, under Division 3, subsection 2, off-street parking, it's based on the size of the lot, and it indicates that one space must be provided for every 10,000 square feet of open space in a recreational use application. Lane Park is 32,299 square feet. Based on that requirement, Lane Park must have at least 3 spaces available for off-street parking. Right now it meets that, but when the park becomes more active with different programs that we're planning to put out there, then obviously we're going to need more parking. We have two options that we can look at for this, adding additional parking. One is adding parking along the alleyways, and other is using the adjacent parking lot for parking. Now, the boundary lines of Lane Park are this green square here. They actually include the alleyway on the west side of the park. So if we go with adding parking along this area here, we could possibly put anywhere from 8 to 11 parking along this side. We would need to make this alleyway one way, so that way traffic won't travel one way, and then we could add parking along this way, along this alleyway. A second option is to establish an MOU to use this parking lot along this side. Now, I've contacted the company that owns this lot. It is Nova Management, and I talked to them about the project, and they were very interested in entering an MOU for this lot. Now, the business along First Street also use this lot, so we would use this lot off business hours, approximately 4:30 to 9 during the week, and on weekends from around 9 to around 3, depending on the program. But he was interested in in us entering in an MOU to use this particular park. So those are the two options. Now, the alley on the east side, I did not recommend any additional parking along this side because there's garages that go into the alleyway. They use this alleyway to park into their garages, and that might cause a hazard when people are parked in this alleyway and people are trying to move out of the garages. The artificial turf concerns, I would like to hand over to Oscar Johnson, who would address these concerns, or even Evan if he's here.
Hi, good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council persons. I was just like to go over some of your questions. I did hear some of your concerns in your last meeting in terms of the artificial turf And first of all, for the heat mitigation, there are alternative infill materials that could be used in lieu of the typical black crumb rubber. And those include corn husks. They actually include coconut husks and other natural materials that could also be incorporated with the cooling system. So there are alternatives to the black rubber that typically increase that heat element. In terms of hardness of the actual synthetic turf, again, there are requirements for attenuation for the synthetic turf. So those for a sports field will be adhered to. So typically a synthetic turf field is this almost, I guess you could get different opinions on the hardness of it, but it's typically is a bit softer than a natural turf if the natural turf field is allowed to actually get too hard over time with the compaction. So those are two areas that could be addressed with those with your concerns.
Now this slide kind of just shows how the cooling effect would work with an additive. There's various products, but basically what it does is it's added into the infill. There is moisture you could add to the field, and then it cools by evaporation. And this is a schematic of how that particular process would work. The sunlight hits it, the water starts evaporating, and the field cools down. In some cases, it's been recorded to be at least, up to 40 degrees cooler in the field. Regarding environmental features that were brought up last time, regarding greening the alleyways, there's the west alleyway will have a wall with green vines on it to do that. On the east alleyway, we could add more shrubs and trees along the alleyway to green up more. The bioswale that is designed, planned would be also a functional bioswale, and also an opportunity to have an educational program out there where school age children could discover the importance of water conservation and so forth. And trees, we would only remove mature trees if necessary. The current design does have some preservation of the existing trees. And then the design calls to adding a lot more trees than are existing now. I'm going to overlay a particular design. And if Evan or Astrid could address this slide, please.
Sure. So when we responded to the RFP, we developed a concept plan based on the elements that were within the RFP and as well as within the grant requirements. So really this was intended to really address those elements and show you our capability of just providing a design that's graphic in nature. We did show all of the elements within this concept, and you'll see at the very top we had a basketball court, full-size basketball court. The element to the right of that, number 6, is the group picnic shelter, and then just below that is the restroom building. That's our element number 4. Number 2 is the shaded play area, and just below that, of course, is the soccer field. In this case, we did show a synthetic turf soccer field, again, really addressing the RFP items. And then we do also have some more shade structures just to the left of that soccer field, and just below it was item number 7. In order to address stormwater management and best BMPs, we've actually incorporated the bioswales, as Julian indicated, and these are working bioswales in terms of they will infiltrate the stormwater, and also the synthetic turf field does have subdrains typically installed within the profile of the synthetic turf that acts as a drainage capture, or stormwater capture as well, and then those are directed into the storm drain system. And as Julian indicated, we also did try to preserve some of these trees, the mature trees, the sycamores in particular, on just to the left of the soccer field. There's 3 existing sycamores that we, in this case, try to preserve. Of course, when we get into the design and the actual topo survey, we'll have to make sure that all these elements fit within the tree canopies to make sure that we're not disturbing those. But we know the importance of an existing mature tree and try to maintain those as much as possible. But again, this was done based on what we knew about the project. We know there's other concerns that going into this. So we're here to really listen and hear what council has to say, and as well as the community and our additional community input. And I know there was some there's input in regards to developing this concept plan for the grant application. So we did see that input from the community as well.
Then the final element would be community engagement. Staff is requesting that the city council consider a motion to authorize the city manager to approve additional scope of work not to exceed $25,000. The scope, the additional scope will be for the community involvement. We would invite the residents of the Lane Park neighborhood, obtain feedback on the design elements, and these meetings are planned to be hosted via Zoom and also in person if allowed when they do that. So hopefully we will get all the feedback from the community regarding the particular designs that we will present. That is our presentation. If there's any questions from the council?
And before we go back to council, I just wanted to remind city council that tonight is really just the first sort of piece of this project, which is you know, awarding a contract to a firm to design the project. It's really at this stage it's conceptual, and you know, assuming if we go forward with this firm, then you know, obviously there'll be a lot more detailed design work. And staff just wanted to show that everything that was kind of discussed, all the input we got from city council last time, we can definitely address through a combination of design features and operations. And it's by no means a final design or a final concept that was presented as part of their RFP. That was more of an example, I think, of what can be designed. And then you know, with this additional community outreach, then we can really kind of hone in that design and make sure that all of the design elements that not only council talked about tonight, but from the additional community input in that particular area, really people that will be expected to use that, you know, that will be incorporated to the extent it's possible into the final design. So again, I just wanted to kind of point that out. We're not necessarily looking for specific direction on which part, you know, whether it's an MOU, you know, it's striping in an alley. We're just showing that we will be incorporating and exploring all those features before final design comes back to city council after this. So that's it. So any questions, staff's here.
Thank you. Councilmember Montanez.
Okay, thank you, Julian and Evan, Oscar, the whole team for going back and listening to several of the points that the council was bringing up. So I appreciate the effort, especially, you know, going, I mean, a lot, but the parking, for example, it's good to know that there are at least those basic requirements, which weren't being considered in the beginning. And now we're looking at what's the right parking for this park. So what is, Julian, what do you think the amount of people that would be using, like if we have a full basketball court and we have the under 10 soccer field, how many people do we expect to be using the park?
The park would mainly remain still a passive park for the neighborhood to use. The park at one time did have a basketball court there and an open field that was used for pickup games for soccer. The majority of the time, the park will remain a passive park for the neighborhood to use. We do hopefully be able to host I wouldn't say a league at this point. I would say more like clinics that would draw anywhere from 50 to maybe 100 kids, which I expect to be mainly from the neighborhood themselves, rather than from other parts of the city coming to the park. So anywhere from 50 to 100 participants for an activity. Now, those 100% participants would not be there all at one time. They would be scattered over their different times in the day when the program is offered and different times of the week when the program is offered. So not at all one time, but it's that over the course of the program, I would estimate 50 to 100 participants.
Okay. And then what do you think the kind of average use of the park is right now?
Right now, it is the only thing that we have available right now is the children's playground area that is used. When I visit the park, I do see now and then a couple of kids on the apparatuses and playing there. But most of the time, when I go different times, sometimes in the morning, sometimes in the afternoon, there's no kids. So I think that is because it's really not being used. It's not attractive enough. They're old apparatuses. The kids, yeah, I seen it. I play that already. So hopefully with the new design, we'll attract more children and families to use the park.
Okay. So when we look at the class 1 exemption on CEQA, is this considered negligible or no expansion of?
Yes.
Normal use. Is that what the city has argued?
Yes. The amenities are that we're putting in. We do have existing picnic tables there right now. We do have a playground tot lot there now. We did have a basketball court there in the past. So these, while we had an open field that people used, now we're just making it more defined as a soccer field. So those amenities are the same that are going to be put back in or remodeled. So it is basically the same use that it was in the past.
Okay. So when we did this, when the park was first built, did we go through a CEQA analysis?
Well, I don't know when the first, if that was correct. I wasn't here when the park was first built. So I would assume it was, and this type of project, it is normally a negative declaration because of the type of amenities you're putting into an existing facility.
Okay. So I specifically on the CEQA, one would be, what we've already heard at the, from the Tatabiums, right? That they have questions with whether or not the city has followed the CEQA on the Tesla facility because of the city not notifying them of this project, right, of the charging. The other thing is like historical and cultural resources, notifying the tribe on that issue. I mean, CEQA does allow us to, or enables a community to look at any significant cultural or historical resources. So reaching out to the tribe, I think, is important, so that we don't find ourselves in a situation that we're finding ourselves right now with Lot 8, which is the tribe having concerns that the city did not reach out to them when they're moving forward with the establishment of the charging stations. So that's a CEQA question. The other one that I do have concerns, which is why I asked about the uses. When you play soccer and you play basketball, it's heavier breathing than when you're on the playground or you're having a picnic. And when you're in that alleyway at different times of the day, especially Monday through Fridays, there's a lot of dust particles. I don't know where they're coming from. I don't know which business, but I am concerned with certain uses that we have to make sure that we're not building very active recreational spaces next to highly polluting or potentially highly polluting industrial zones. So I know that the council or the city made this determination in the past, but I really think that we should evaluate that because of the different type of use now. And we don't know whether or not CEQA was looked at in the past when there was, as you said, a basketball court that people would go and play in. So that's another issue that I want to make sure we as a city look at. And I invite us to go out there to just look at the impacts. It's visual. You could see it. It's not even just scent, but you could see the dust particles. I don't know if they contain dangerous or deadly chemicals, but I do know that they exist.
And that's good feedback, council member. And we'll I think we want to look again, if assuming there's an agreement approved with MIG, we'll want to work with them on some of those features, especially design features that may help to separate or create a physical barrier that might filter some of those out. I know they have a lot of experience, so we'll look to work with them on some of those.
Right. You guys will see it's the alleyway where we're talking about potentially now some parking spots, right? We could discuss obviously just different project elements. I still, have concerns of some of the project elements, the heavier use of the park in a neighborhood that is, kind of sees it as its community park, and the lack of parking, but I appreciate the efforts right now to address the parking. Again, thank you for pointing out some possibilities. The biggest concern I have right now is just, making sure that the uses are the appropriate uses. Again, more active recreational use, and not impacting kids, especially that are more susceptible to these types of just dangerous particles and pollutants. Overall, I think that on the team, because obviously this is a question of bringing you guys on to be the ones that help us design. I think clearly you have very strong credentials and appreciate that and the work that you've done. And I believe that if we give you the right scope of work, that you will excel and do a great job, incorporate these different elements. So I just really do hope to be able to work with you and give us the time to work with the community to make sure that we are indeed giving you the right project. On the community engagement piece, I'd like to see if it's possible to take that $25,000 and give it to a local nonprofit that can, that is more connected to the community and can actually engage residents, in particularly the area that's more directly impacted. So that would be one of the changes that I'd like to make to the contract. So we could still move forward with the initial contract, but the additional $25K would not be allocated or would be allocated to a local nonprofit.
Yeah, and so just to kind of expand on that 25, that additional 25,000, I'm not even sure it would cost anywhere near that amount of money. Basically, the reason why that was included is really just that motion to give, that's an administrative contract amount that the city manager can use. So there are a couple ways we can achieve that. One of them could be either subcontracting through this contract, or have a separate contract with a local provider. Again, if that's, I think either way, we would just want to make sure it's the best outreach. So, if the rest of the council wants us to explore using a local nonprofit, I think that's definitely doable under this, this motion tonight.
Okay, and then I just want to say you may support the team on this one. I'm just going to abstain on the vote because I do have those CEQA concerns that I'd like to be addressed. I do think that the team is highly qualified and capable to do this work.
Okay, Councilmember Pacheco.
Thank you. Very excited about this project. It's been a long time in the making. I also agree that the outreach is incredibly important. If you can you pull up the map real quick that shows, Fernmore and Huntington and the alleyways and so forth. As far as with the CEQA analysis, I'm perfectly okay moving forward if that's staff's and planning department's recommendation that we fall under these exemptions. These exemptions are used all the time, and if it's in your professional opinion that these are viable for us, I don't think we should hesitate. That being said, I do invite community input. If anybody has something to say about this park, obviously we want to hear from you. So please reach out before the fact. It's very important for us to hear from you. So as far as the parking situation, have you been able to reach out or contact the owner of this parcel across the street from Fernmore? It's like a real stinker. I mean, it's like it has illegal dumping all the time. I even captured some of the trash in front of it in my last presentation. I think there was like dressers, a bathtub, and it's been a real blight for a while. So I'm curious as to whether we've been able to get a hold of whoever's in charge there and maybe begin a conversation.
In regarding to the parking,
Yeah, right where you have your mouse. Yeah, that undeveloped
this area
parcel.
here.
Yeah.
No, we did not reach out to this landowner for use of parking. It is a dirt lot. I think if we were to use it for parking, we would have to invest some resources to pave it, stripe, and so forth.
Okay, well, I definitely think it's worth reaching out to. It's definitely a development opportunity. I mean, I don't know how long it's been a vacant lot, but knowing that there's a brand new park coming up next to it, I'm certain that, the owner or developer would want to know. And I think this is the kind of outreach that we should be doing in terms of, alerting people and trying to reach out to those who may be interested in partnering, those who might be interested in, philanthropy. Maybe it belongs to, someone that inherited it and, they don't have the money to develop it. So they might want to donate it for, a tax purposes. So as far as parking, I think it could be relevant and germane to that question. And if not, maybe it could be, part two. Because this is a pocket park. It's not meant to be like a huge destination, but I think it's worth exploring that possibility. Now, as far as like the uses for the park, I fully support having sports-related amenities here. Part of the park master plan that we conducted a few years ago, there was a lot of surveys done for our residents, and a lot of things that they said they wanted in their parks are, renovated soccer fields, renovated basketball courts, renovated baseball diamonds, walking trails. So I really do think that our community wants active sports and active areas to enjoy. That being said, yeah, that blue area, that alleyway that you have there, I know exactly what Ms. Montañez is talking about. There's several in construction companies. I think one of the companies does like granite countertops. So we could be talking about, you know, granite dust and quartz dust and things like that there. But it's definitely worth looking into. Maybe we have to make the wall higher, or maybe we have a conversation with you know, these businesses and say, hey, look, you know, we're going to have a bunch of tot lots and, you know, under 12 kids here, you know, you have to clean up your act a little bit because the dust situation really is untenable. I'm totally there with that. And I totally agree. But as to those two things, you know, I think it's worth exploring. I will say, and I know this is going to come down much later in the design and scope and so forth, but I'm a big advocate for California native shrubs and trees. And I know MIG, you guys worked on these parks in Compton and Burbank. Did those stakeholders also express, you know, interest in the you know, the greenery being native to California, considering, you know, the importance to our, you know, our microclimates and, you know, kind of the biospheres that we have here, and you know, I think that's something that it's obviously imported plants can look really nice as well, but native plants usually have a much higher chance of survival. They're much more adapted to our area and our ecosystem. We won't have, you know, birds and insects being poisoned or killed off by, you know, foreign invasive species. And so that's definitely something I think we should consider employing. And as far as, you know, the turf, I think I'm totally in favor of, you know, coconut husks or corn husks or whatever natural and organic, you know, elements we can use to make it. I played football on AstroTurf that has, you know, the black rubber. People do get injured a lot. They get a lot of turf toe on it. It sprays a lot into your eyes, you know, when you're falling and so forth. And yeah, it does get hot. So I'm very excited to pursue these, you know, these elements with you guys. And I'm totally in favor of moving forward with this MOU and this contract. You know, I'm sorry, it's a services contract, right? So I'm looking forward to this partnership. So thank you.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you. Thank you, Julian, for preparing a presentation that is so responsive to the items that were raised at the last council meeting, and for MIG for being here at this late hour to answer questions. I just want to say that, you know, as a parent, I've gone to the park to enjoy it, especially when there had been recreational programming like movie nights and the Tiny Tot Stalker. We were always there and really enjoyed it. So I'm just looking forward to moving forward with this design work, having more opportunities to provide feedback, and of course, robust public outreach. So I'm also supportive whenever we want to entertain that motion to move forward. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Mendoza, Vice Mayor Mendoza.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad that we're going to have an opportunity to do some outreach. So I do support the $25,000 for the additional scope of work, and I'm glad that we were able to incorporate the parking into the project and see what. But I'm also anxious to see what the commercial and the residents, the commercial area and the residential and the residents have to say about those added items. And outreach is really important, you know, and the residents already are, the stakeholders already had some input on what they wanted at that park. And so, you know, you would not have made all these decisions without their input already. So I support the 25,000. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move item number 9. I move A, B, and C. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco,
Yes.
Councilmember Montanez,
Abstain.
Vice Chair Mendoza,
Yes.
and Mayor Ballin.
Yes. The motion passes, and now we're on item number 10. And just in case I get disconnected, I'm recommending a ad hoc committee, and I would like Councilmember Rodriguez and Councilmember Pacheco on that ad hoc committee, just in case. I'm making that recommendation on this particular item. So
Thank you. That is definitely something I would support.
thank you. Nick?
Yeah, I'll go. I'll try to be fairly expedient here. Just the item before you tonight sort of has two parts. The first part, it's all related to Community Development Block Grant or CDBG federal funding. The first piece is specific to a coronavirus, to an allocation that was approved by the federal government for coronavirus response. And the second piece, which is a much larger piece, is for our 21-22 program year, to decide how to program our funds for that year. So on the coronavirus piece, this is a follow-up to the discussion on the last council meeting where council members asked how much was left unspent. As you may remember, back in April, the city received an allocation of 136,000 plus in special coronavirus funds. The next through May and July, city council deliberated on a number of different programs and ultimately landed on appropriating 100,000 towards a residential food distribution program and 25,000 for a small business PPE program. The staff has spent the last several months implementing those two programs. And has been able to service over 200 families and about 60 or so businesses through those two programs to date. We were asked to look at how much we have is still unspent in the possibility of reallocating those funds. We still have approximately 40,000 between the two programs that is unspent, and we have so that could be reallocated to different programs, again based on the direction of city council. There was also asked what other duplicative efforts there may be, especially related to the food distribution program, and there are a number of resources available to residents. Just some of the Julian sent me a list of a number of them, but LAUSD provides food every day to anyone under 18 years old. We have a monthly at Las Palmas Park. There's a monthly food bank or distribution of food through LA Food Bank. There's the senior nutrition program, which continues on a weekly basis. And then there are also, which aren't as regular, but Wild Horse Foundation has done a couple food distribution events. Patty Lopez has worked with a local nonprofit to do a couple food distribution events. In the county through Sheila Kuehl's office has also sponsored some local food distribution events. Not always in San Fernando, most of them are in Sylmar, but they're relatively accessible. So those are kind of some of the efforts that are going with regards to food. This program was the only program that's actually specific to San Fernando residents only. You do have to be a San Fernando resident to get this food distribution program, which differentiates it slightly from the other food distribution programs, but there are other efforts out there. So it is somewhat duplicative in that sense of the work. And then the personal protective equipment, again, that was an effort to give our local businesses some PPE. We've probably spent about 75% of those funds and distributed those to 55 businesses to date. So they've both been active programs, but again, if council would like to reprogram those, there isn't, we do actually have a few years to spend those. It's not like we need to spend them by June. So there is a little bit of flexibility. And then I think the second part of that is what the council would like to do with our funding for next year. So up until I think it was 2014, our full allocation was spent on a Section 108 loan to repay a loan that we took as part of financing for the regional pool. What we are doing, and then we
Wait,
started
part of the financing, I didn't hear that part. Part of the financing for,
for the regional pool, the San Fernando pool project. That was a piece of that financing was from CDBG funds. But so once that got paid off, we started getting funds again, and we had been using it to supplement residential street resurfacing. It's about 225,000 a year for the last few years. However, this year, obviously, based on what the position we're in, staff wants to make sure council is aware of all the options. There is on that 225,000 a 20% cap for public service projects. That includes senior assistance, rental assistance, utility bill assistance, food and supply assistance. So if we did want to do some sort of program related to any of those, there would be you can only spend 20% of our allocation, which is probably about $45,000 or so on that. There are other programs that we could do, business assistance grants, business assistance programs that don't have a cap. Obviously, the residential resurfacing project and ADA improvements at city facilities, including sidewalks. Some of those could be are eligible for CDBG funding as well. Quite frankly, it is a wide swath of projects, and if council did want to combine what's left over from the CDBG fund, the coronavirus funds, with next year's allocation, that would give us about $250,000, $260,000 to implement some programs that wouldn't be, but then we wouldn't be using it for residential street surfacing. And I have Michael Neal here. He's our consultant, our CDBG consultant that represents the city with the LA CDA as part of our CDBG program. So he's very well versed in the types of programs that we could use this on. I think what would probably be, obviously there's a lot of study that goes into this. So what might be a good use of time tonight is if council gave some general comments onto the types of programs they'd like to see the funding used for. And then if council wanted to appoint an ad hoc that would work with staff on putting together specific recommendations that would come back to council as quickly as possible. And then we could have a more dialed in set of programs or specific projects that would be recommended at that time. That would be probably the most expeditious way to move forward. But obviously that's up to the will of the council. So with that, we're here for questions. Michael, if you want to introduce yourself real quick, and then we can be available for questions.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm Michael Neal. I work with Michael Baker International as the city's CDBG and CDBG CV consultant.
Well, nice meeting you, although I can't see
Nice
you.
meeting you too. I'm sorry, I'm having a bad connection day. I'm glad you can at least hear me.
Yeah, I am as well. Councilmember Montanez, would you like to start the questions?
I think if this one's just establishing the ad hoc.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd support it.
Okay. Councilmember Rodriguez.
I just want to clarify, Mike, you might be able to do this. The spend down date for the balance we have from the CARES Act CDBG supplement.
Certainly. For the CDBG CV supplement, it's a very generous time frame. The requirement is that 80% of it be spent down within 3 years, and it was allocated in March, so we still have over 2 years to go to hit that 80% mark, and then that all of it be expended within 6 years.
Okay. My other question is, any insight on advocacy efforts to, again, not implement the 20% cap on public services?
That's a good question. They've told us to plan for next fiscal year with the cap in place. I've been advising clients to plan that way, but then consider that they could remove the cap. We won't know if that'll happen for a while yet, but the county has definitely told us to plan on there being a 20% cap on public services for the New Year funds.
Okay. I think I would just mention then, if the creation of the ad hoc, I know we kind of state our intentions and outcomes. And I think in addition to planning for a cap, there should also be a plan B planned for without a cap, because it very much changes what our options are to providing like direct resources. I also think that, you know, we started the conversation last council meeting about these additional resources for food supplies. And I don't know if it needs to be entertained by motion, or it could be staff direction for, I don't know, perhaps it would be Russian Parks to pursue these partnerships, or at least a resource list for our residents to be able to know who to call to get connected to these various different opportunities.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman. We're actually on our website. We had already started. There's actually a section of our coronavirus website that actually has resources, food resources for residents, and lists a number of different resources, you know, based on, you know, whether you're a senior or the different, you know, demographics. But we do have a section of our website that lists a lot of those regular resources that are available.
Do we provide that to those that are currently receiving that food pack?
Well, we can if we're going to discontinue that residential distribution program, we will definitely provide all of those people that apply to that program with a you know, a list of resources, other resources where there's food.
Well, I think too, just like anyone who's still receiving it, right, they're in need of food, and probably a continuous basis. And so I think giving them those resources would be helpful, so that it's not just like this one-off opportunity to get food. And also, we know, right, a digital divide exists. And so I think any effort to get this in print and potentially attached to, you know, the water bill, or we can talk to Republic to get the message out to households without them needing to navigate the site, would be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor? Vice Mayor? Well,
I don't think he can hear you.
oh, okay. Councilmember
Oh, me,
Pacheco?
I'm sorry. That's me.
Yes. Oh,
Yeah,
I was looking.
I don't know.
I know it's so new, right?
Last year.
But Councilmember Pacheco, did we hear from you already? I'm sorry, I got distracted.
You know, not yet, but you know, I kind of said my piece already about what I think we should do, and I fully support creating, you know, an ad hoc to really weigh all these options and try to present a nice, neat package for the council to consider. So I'm fully supportive of that.
Thank you.
That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. I wholeheartedly support the want us to continue with the food program, residential food program. I don't support eliminating it. Our residents do look forward to it, are counting on it, and especially the provisions that they're being given, which include not only hygiene, but sanitizing products and the food they need for their children. And I wholeheartedly support an ad hoc. And I make a motion to have the ad hoc committee, and with Council Member Rodriguez and Council Member Pacheco.
Can I have just ask one clarifying question? Michael, when you said the the coronavirus funds, you're not talking about the ones that came from CARES Act, right? You're just talking about the CDBG funds.
Yes,
Okay.
it gets a little confusing with the terms sometimes because they all kind of filter down similarly. But yes, these are the CDBG CARES Act funds that the allocation became available in March of 2020. Those are the funds we're talking about.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you. Just wanted to clarify
You're
that
welcome.
because of the terminology. So one's through the CARES Act, the other one's CDBG. Okay.
It is confusing, and I work with clients that will have the same types of program funded with the different sources, and it can be a difficult accountancy issue. But one thing that we do, we tag these funds CDBG CV, and that's how they're entered in the county system, and that is one distinguishing set of letters.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
I'm going to second the Vice Mayor's motion, but I do want the ad hoc committee, once we vote on it, of course, to consider using some of those funds to help with the water bill. So with that, I second the motion, and roll call, please.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco,
Yes.
Councilmember Montanez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mendoza,
Yes.
and Mayor Ballin.
Yes, and the motion passes. And our very last item, agenda item, is item 11, consideration to reinstate the city council pension program. And I did recommend two council members, that Councilmember Mendoza and Vice Mayor Mendoza and Councilmember Montanez, to sit on an ad hoc committee for this particular item. Nick, would you like to discuss it?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And Diego, Diego just has a few words. I think this is a relatively self-explanatory, but go ahead, Diego, make the presentation.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. This evening, staff is asking Council to reinstate the Pension Obligation Ad Hoc Committee to assist staff with the next step of the bond issuing process. Staff prepared and issued an RFP for underwriter services in December and received 7 responses. The ad hoc committee members would assist staff with reviewing the proposals, interviewing the firms, and recommending the selection of the firm to the full City Council at a later date. That concludes presentation. So any questions?
Councilmember Montanez?
No questions, since it's just establishing the ad hoc, and we can ask a lot of questions there.
Correct. Councilmember Pacheco?
Very, very important work. Can't understate the importance of getting to the bottom of this and trying to figure this issue out. So good luck to the ad hoc members, and we look forward to hearing back from you guys.
Thank you. Councilmember Rodriguez?
No questions.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you for the nomination, and I look forward to working with Councilmember Montanez, and I move the item.
And I second it, the motion, and roll call, please.
Councilmember Rodriguez,
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco,
Yes.
Councilmember Montanez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Mendoza,
Yes.
Mayor Ballin.
Yes. Motion passes. At this point, we're at staff communication. Nick?
Thank you, Mayor. We'll start with Mr. Matt Baumgartner, Director of Public Works.
Yes, I just want to give a quick update to the council on windy weather activities today. By around 1 p.m., we had 11 trees and stop signs, mostly trees that had fallen. I know we had more after that. I didn't get a complete update, but I had my office manager operations manager out there at 4:45 this afternoon taking down another tree. So we expect to be busy cleaning up over the next couple of days as winds continue. But I just wanted to give an update to council on that. We did manage to address the first 11 by 1 p.m.
Thank you, Matt. Julian, anything from Recreation and Parks?
No, I do not have no updates.
Thank you. Tim, anything from Community Development?
Thank you, Nick. Yes, I have two quick updates. They are related. The first one is just an update regarding the appeals hearing for the 6th cycle of the regional housing needs assessment allocation. The city had its appeals hearing last week. In front of the Skag RENA Appeals Board. I presented the arguments on behalf of the city. They were based on the appeal that the city had filed back in October. Unfortunately, the appeals board, but unsurprisingly, they voted to deny the appeal. All 8 appeals that were heard the same day as ours were denied. In fact, all appeals have been denied thus far, with one small exception, which was Riverside County, which had a calculation, a pretty glaring calculation error in their RENA allocation, which changed their number by a fraction of a percent. Otherwise, it appears that all RENA appeals are going to be denied. I did want to just mention about the discussion with the board. The board is comprised of elected officials from other represented agencies within the Skag region. And actually their comments were very supportive of the concerns that were raised in our appeal, especially regarding the need to look at how you fund infrastructure to support this additional housing, issues of why the state is promoting greater density given the context of COVID-19 and density perhaps playing a role in the spread. The designation of high quality transit areas in San Fernando for RENA purposes, and the significant impacts that we've talked about tonight, that COVID-19 has had on San Fernando in particular. Lastly, one of the board members recommended that the city get with our state representative to try to help us address the RENA allocation issue in a broader context. Obviously, we knew it was the odds were not in our favor to get a more favorable outcome, but I do feel that we at least got our voice heard on that matter. And as a follow-up matter, we have kicked off, staff has kicked off the housing element update effort that we'll be embarking on over the next year to meet our state law requirements. Part of this effort, we're establishing what we're calling a technical advisory committee. It's similar to what we did a couple of years back with the development of SP5, the specific plan. The purpose of the technical advisory committee would be that it's made up of key stakeholders and community members to help inform and shape the planning effort. So we're requesting the assistance of each of the council members, and you received an email last week with the request in identifying candidates for the group. We're looking for approximately 10 folks from the community that would be willing to participate. They can include residents interested in housing or local real estate professionals, folks in the building industry, trades, folks just interested in local planning, or basically anybody that's got a skill or interest in local housing. The time commitment, probably a couple hours a month through fall 2021 when we will be wrapping this up. Meetings, of course, will most likely be hosted virtually for the foreseeable future. And if each council member could provide a couple nominations, we'd really appreciate that. And you can email those to myself or to Nick. I'm happy to answer any questions about that. Thank you. That concludes my staff comment.
I have one question for you, Tim. The board that turned all 8 of us down as far as a request to reduce our RENA numbers, I'd like to know what cities they represent. What do their RENA's numbers look like? I'm really curious about that. And where are they? I mean, have they met the RENA numbers prior to this? I just want more information about the board members that made these decisions.
Yeah, I'll be happy to share that information to council. I can provide the, what was provided last week after the appeals hearing was the agenda, and on page 1 or page 2 of that agenda are the members that comprise the appeals board, but I'll be happy to resend that out. Just off the top of my head, some of the agencies that were represented include City of Yorba Linda, City of Rialto, and there's representatives from Orange County, representatives from Riverside County, representatives from Ventura County, Los Angeles County. I'm probably leaving something out, but I'll be happy to send that out to all council members.
And we know that very few cities met RENA numbers, and I don't believe they were amongst those cities from that last round that met the RENA numbers. So anyway, you get my point. We'll move on. It's late.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mayor.
Nick.
Julia, anything from the city clerk's office?
No, city manager, I have no updates. I think
Thank you.
Tim took my time anyway.
Okay.
Yes, he did. So did I.
Diego, anything from finance?
Yes, I've got 3 items, please. On February 1st, department heads will be presenting their department goals and objectives for the fiscal year 21-22 and bringing these items to council to have a discussion on council's priorities and strategic goals for the fiscal year 21-22. Secondly, there has been an increase in phishing scams. If you receive an email from a staff member or colleague asking for funds, please double check the email address and or contact that person directly to ensure that it is a legitimate request. And lastly, I have a request for council, please. Sandra Soto, who's a member of the city's finance team and has been with the city since June of 2000, lost her father, Manuel Huicochea, on January 15th to COVID-19. I'd like to ask council if we could close tonight's meeting in his honor.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Diego. And last but not least, Chief.
Hi, good evening. Sorry, I'm having a little technical difficulties also with my video. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'd like to make a request that the council meeting be closed in memory of a few people. For those of you do know or have met or will meet Dan Alderman. He's one of the attorneys that the city has used in the past for several years for different issues with the city. His 25-year-old son died last week after battling an illness for about a month. And I would request if we can close in memory of him. His name is Bobby Alderman. Also like to make a request and to close in memory of the Capitol police officer that was killed in the line of duty on that January 6th melee in DC, and that's Officer Brian Sicknick. I believe that's how you pronounce it. And then lastly, Sacramento Sheriff's Deputy, he's a canine handler, was killed yesterday in the line of duty, and also his partner, his canine was also killed in the shootout with an armed suspect, and that deputy's name is Adam Gibson. That's all I have, and that's my request. Thank you.
My goodness, so many deaths. I'm sorry to hear about that. Now we're at general council comments and board member comments and liaison updates. Councilmember Montanez.
Okay, I mean, my heart goes out to Sandra's dad, and her. I mean, I pray for him, but her dad and her family. I mean, it must be horrible to have lost her father to COVID right now. So my heart goes out to her, her brothers, her sisters, her mother, her loved ones. It's like the worst deaths I think that are happening right now, because you have your parents or your loved ones one day, and next day they're in the hospital, and some make it through and some don't make it through. And, you know, I really feel for her. And so, you know, she's in my prayers, as is her whole family. So, so thank you, Diego, for letting us know that. I also just want to add, you know, like I was saying earlier in the meeting, dedicating or closing this meeting in honor of Jesse Margarito, who is one, will go down in the books, history books, as being, I think, one of the most passionate, fierce advocates to empower Latinos in San Fernando, or just people in general. He was such a fighter for justice, a fighter for equity. I think we all, those of us that have been in San Fernando for a long time, have just lots of stories to share about him and how he helped us. I mean, my parents told me when I told my mom that Jess had passed away, she's like, he was the one that helped us at Santa Rosa Immigration Services. He helped us become, from going from being undocumented immigrants to becoming US citizens. And because of Jess, like my parents are now US citizens. He helped so many people at the parks. I think one of the most incredible parks director we've ever had, because he was so incredibly passionate about getting kids to the parks and families. And he built out a lot of what we see at Las Palmas Park was, his vision and his desire and his love. And there's so much to say about him that I think that it would be wonderful if we as a council could actually set aside some time to invite the family if they're okay with it. I know his wife is still sick right now. But if we could, I'm happy to reach out to them, talk to them and see if we could actually do a real memorial for Jess. Whether we do something at one of the parks. I think we could invite his family and some of the community activists that have known him for a long time to help us think through what we can do to recognize him. He was, as I said earlier, the first Chicano, the first Latino to be elected to the San Fernando City Council. Became, the first Latino mayor, and was helped elect the first majority Latino council. And he didn't give up. He was still working with us. And again, because of COVID, from like 1 month to the next, we lost a warrior and a champion. And so I would just love for us to be able to honor him properly and do something for him in the future, and hopefully at one of our parks where I think, his heart and love was really, that's where it was really at. Tomorrow is a big day for our country. We start a new era, something that's positive. I invite everybody in a few hours to get up, not miss a moment of what is going to happen. We're witnessing history, having the first female vice president, someone who we know from California. It's just going to be just truly, whatever people's political beliefs are, it's truly going to be a special day for our country. And I hope everybody enjoys Inauguration Day. And the last thing is, thank you for spending all but the last, 26 minutes of my birthday with me. So it was fun. Hopefully I'll be able to, blow out my birthday candle before it's 12. But thank you to everybody for always robust conversations. It's only been my second city council meeting, and I just very much appreciate the conversations that we're having. And today, to see the staff come back and really take into consideration comments that were made, it just feels good to feel that we as a council can have our voices heard and be reflected in decisions that are being made in the city. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have a fantastic staff, the best managers, the best we've ever had. With that, Council Member Rodriguez.
Oh my goodness, I haven't had water this whole time and it finally kicked in right now. First of all, happy birthday. And I'm sorry we haven't sang our happy birthday to you. I think everyone's too exhausted to right now, but we'll force everyone to do it later.
Each one of you record it, send it to me personally.
Thank you for your words about Jess. My dad has, it's been really hard for him, and he's been telling me just stories about organizing with him throughout, for a very long time. And a lot of our community members have felt this loss. And obviously there's been a lot of other loss in our community as well. So I'm glad that we're closing the meeting in honor of all of those people. And if you don't mind, we can spare one moment. I had planned to just read something that was written by Dr. Jose Hernandez, also a former council member and mayor. Jess Margarito is well regarded for fighting for equity and justice for his community. Jess felt that it was impossible to achieve any social good without citizen participation. He ran for San Fernando City Council in 1972. He lost the election for the forces against change were too powerful, but that did not deter him from running again. In 1984, he ran again, winning a seat on the San Fernando City Council. Jess was the first Latino elected to public office in the San Fernando Valley, inspiring other Mexican Americans to run for office. He charted the political course for Latinos elected to represent the Valley in Los Angeles City Council, Los Angeles School District Board, State Assembly and Senate, and the U.S. House of Representatives. Jess Margarito was a real pioneer of social change. He will be missed, and our regards to his family and friends.
Oh,
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Pacheco?
Thank you. I will definitely try to keep this brief. I hate to stand between y'all and a pillow, but I met briefly with Mr. Baumgartner and been in some discussions with Ms. Gibson at Tree People. We are narrowing down the tree list for Glen Oaks, finally. I think we've identified 80 plus spots. We've identified a handful of trees, and we're looking forward to hearing, your feedback and hearing what, is practical, hearing, what's good for the parkways, hearing what looks good in flowering season and so forth. So we're making some good headway on that. I also want to send a sincere thanks to the Education Commission and my Commissioner Angel in regards to working with one of the news partners in San Fernando, Tesla. Being able to partner with corporations and businesses and finding ways to include our young people in STEM and in engineering, I think is really swell. And I really want to extend my gratitude to her for, really keeping up on it. It was something that I kind of broached with Tesla back when we first began our conversations, and she really kept at it, and I appreciate her vigor and her perseverance, and hopefully that's also an example for the young people out there. I also had a SCAG meeting last week. We had a very productive meeting. Mayor Garcetti spoke, and our regional president, Rex Richardson, and many of my SCAG colleagues spoke in favor and of a very important climate action resolution. It was, something that should be a little bit more common these days, recognizing the impact of climate change. We discussed how changing climate, increasing global temperatures, or raising sea levels, are making, or increasing the severity of wildfires. I mean, I think the air quality in our city from the months of maybe May to October was the equivalent of smoker's lung, maybe every single day. I mean, air quality was probably over 130, 140. So it definitely underscores, things like the importance of trees. And so kind of incorporating that into our policies is just, so important going forward. And I will, try to add a few names to the list of who we would like to close in memory of. As far as, the individuals that were already mentioned, I mean, they are some really awesome trailblazers. And I can't really say anything else that hasn't already been said about these individuals. We truly are standing on the shoulders of giants. And in that regard, I also want to recognize, Martin Luther King Jr. Dr. King has been an example and an inspiration for so many, including myself. And I also want to close in the memory of Tommy Lasorda. As a sports fan, as a Dodger fan, Tommy Lasorda was a fixture in Los Angeles and a great inspiration to ball players out there, to Yasiel Puig, I'm sure, and to many others that have been blessed with the Dodgers uniform. And so with that, I would like to end my comments and turn it back over to Mayor Ballin. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Yes, thank you. I participated in the Los Angeles County City Selection Committee on January 25th, and we approved the committee's budget. I also wish Councilmember Montañez a happy birthday, whatever's left of it. But, and also I want to wish my brother a happy birthday. His name is Arturo Chacon, Turi Chacon. That's what he's known as in the community of San Fernando. He's going to be 79 on January 26th. And I want to acknowledge him because he's very proud of me being on the council. And he hasn't been able to see me here in a Zoom meeting. They're not techie, and he's not been feeling well. But I want him, I'm going to show him the video later on. And so I wanted to really wish him a happy birthday. And my condolences to Just Margarito's family. He was an icon in our community. And I think, and he also started the Las Palmas Senior Club. He was also instrumental in getting that club started back in the day. And to Sandra Soto, my condolences to her family and to Just Margarito's family and all those who have lost a loved one during these difficult times. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. My goodness, Just Margarito certainly touched a lot of lives. My husband served in the Army with him. It's a small world. I had no idea everyone knew him. I certainly knew when he was elected the first Latino on city council. That was a really big day, a day of celebration. But I'm going to keep it really short. I want to close in memory of every person that was mentioned tonight. There were so many and all great, wonderful people. And my heart goes out to the families for their loss. So with that, let's keep them in our prayers tonight. There's some great people passed, and let's celebrate their life by doing good work. So with that, happy birthday to Councilmember Montanez. You have like maybe 15 minutes to blow out your birthday cake. So with that, the meeting is adjourned.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Good night. And happy birthday to Turi, Mary.